And welcome back to this week's episode of D&D. Who wants to pick up where we left off?
Oh, I've got notes.
You do? Good to know.
I'm loading them. Okay, my notes.
What are they titled?
The triple banana split.
Okay. All right.
Well, because we split the party in 3 ways.
Yes, you did.
Yep. Okay.
I gotta get out of split.
Write that down, Christian.
Oh no, well, these are all production notes, but they'll work as notes.
Okay, so triple banana split, that's the note title. It gives you a hint at what happened.
Mm-hmm.
We gave some peasant kid a small fortune.
Yeah.
His name is Buck. And then there's a tabaxi school where the were creatures... where the tabaxi go to school, and the were creatures' mom, Buck, the were creature Buck, his mom, works alongside tabaxi. We went to the moors. I said Brom might be there. I'm right.
You are correct.
Rowan stole some rat people drugs and left them. What? Oh, Rowan stole some rat people drugs and left them a small fortune.
Yeah.
Split the party. Hitting the books because the books hit them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, that's a good title.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's
Yeah, it's a good title too.
I like that better.
Hitting the books.
Yeah.
Better than three-way black banana split?
Yeah.
More party splitting goodness, and I underlined in progression. What could go wrong? Bar full of were creatures, except for I wrote
Wear, like, clothes.
Wear clothing. So clothing creatures.
Just ghosts.
Sheets.
Those are were creatures.
Homeless tabaxi family that we also gave a small fortune.
Yeah, someone did, yes.
Finnick and Sapphire went on an adventure together.
Mm-hmm.
Fangs by the River was the name.
Yeah.
Was the name of the tabaxi that helped him. And in parentheses I wrote, she bangs by the river. I read that before I could get it out, and it's giving me the chuckles.
But you guys don't have them by the river anymore.
No. Okay, that's it. That's what I got. That's all I got.
Okay, Travis, did you want to fill in any more? Or?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so there was a kid who was going to pickpocket people, but we, Rowan intervened and saw this, and so kind of stopped him, and over the course of a few minutes, we convinced him not to steal, gave him a lot of money, and then Chatz scared the shit out of him by convincing him that he's a guard and is gonna, kick his ass. Then we talked to the kid for a little while, or they did, rather. Me and Duke kind of sat to the side, and they decided to take him back to his house to see what's up. And so they went off on their little adventure where they got to see his house and meet all the locals in Poor Town, and and then they went on a shopping trip to get him clothes, I think.
That was before we went to Poor Town.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, still, not in this particular order. They made this kid's life, grand. Meanwhile,
yes.
Duke and I went off and investigated the school. We made our way in, and it was empty, but we made our way to the library, where we found out that the books are trapped, and they started attacking us. And so we made our way out of the library before we incurred too much damage. But the noise seemed to have alerted some people, so we hurried upstairs. We found the headmistress's office, but were unable to unlock the door. We then hid in an empty classroom and avoided capture by these people who were patrolling. We then went downstairs after they left. I remember we broke into someone's office. But we didn't find a whole lot, I don't recall.
You broke into a couple of different offices and you didn't find much. No?
Yeah. And after not finding much, we decided to just leave before anyone else came to investigate. So.
And then you guys left and you encountered a guard who told you a little bit about the nearby establishment. And then you guys kind of fucked off and went and met up with these guys. Well, you didn't... Did we establish where you guys were going?
We were heading towards Port Town, but...
They were going to meet at the house that I put my tartan cloth.
Oh,
yes.
That's right. Yes.
I believe that's where we leave off.
Yes. So it
They
is...
had just arrived, I think, because we made the joke that they were literally finding it, and Rosemary was like, "Oh, hey guys, by the way."
Right. Yep. That's right. She was like, "I guess I'll burn a spell slot for this." Yeah. So you walk through the door, and you see that this very crowded hovel of a home. Again. I mean, you would probably notice that some things are a little bit newer and nicer than others, like the stash of food that you guys prepared them for. You would see this... Well, you're still dressed as a guard, so as soon as you walk in, Buck would immediately start freaking out and be like, what are you doing here? Like, definitely like hyperventilating. Just...
It's alright, Buck. He's a friend.
You're friends with the guard?
Off duty. Am I there? Are we?
Yeah, you're there.
Okay. He's off duty. We are traders. He's
Chill
our
out.
guide.
Chill out.
Chill out.
Jesus. What?
Roll me persuasion?
Full Schwarzenegger.
Watch your mouth.
Jesus.
I'll say the only reason you don't have disadvantage is because they're at least vouching for you.
Persuasion?
Yeah.
19.
Yeah. So you're trying to ease him a bit, and you can definitely tell he still looks like he's having a mental breakdown as he is basically got caught stealing, essentially. Red-handed, but he is going to stand next to Rowan, like, kind of half behind him, as you...
Like, this is my tough friend.
Right. Like, this man has been very nice to me. I will use him as a shield.
Great.
Okay.
So what are you two doing here?
They're our friends. They,
We're traders. We just delivered an order. He's our guard. He's another member of our trade group. The guard was going to lead us to an inn. But then we got sidetracked helping you.
Oh. Well, I appreciate the help. Did you want to stay... And he, like, gestures around to this small little hovel. Did you want to just stay here? I mean, you probably can sleep in shifts or something.
Cozy.
Like,
so...
You guys are pretty much, like, arm in arm in here. Like...
It's not the first time we've slept... I mean, we slept in Rosemary's hut.
That's true. You guys have...
And the Tabaxis.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is a really nice place, actually. That corner over there. I'm claiming that corner. That was my corner.
Well, did the rest of you have any luck finding our host?
Oh, yeah. We did. We know exactly where he is. He's not home.
We know where he lives.
We know where he
is.
lives. He's not home currently, though.
Well, he should be later on then, I'm guessing.
Check.
In the
but-
morning. His lights were off, so we could go now and check,
Yeah,
or
we
we could
just
go in
chose
the
on
morning.
Shows up I like you're flat out lying. You're like, he wasn't home.
And the lights were off. I assumed he wasn't home.
Because lights have to be on if you're home.
Yeah.
When I'm home, I turn all the lights on. Right?
I'm making too.
I'm the opposite. If I am hopeful, it's probably all off.
Right? Same.
All off.
Fuck lights. My
Like the
TV's
jelly
on. It's
beans?
good now.
Yeah,
Do
exactly.
you want some jelly beans?
Who's your host? Do you have someone in... You're fine.
I would throw them.
Catch! Do you know...
A range attack.
Range attack against me, yes. Do you guys know someone in town?
We were supposed to meet up with a fellow merchant of ours that was supposed to show us where we could sell our wares. I think his name was Rowan.
Rom?
Huh.
No?
I'm just looking at you from behind him, shaking my head like it's probably not a good idea to mention this guy's name.
Brom. The name sounds familiar. I don't know where I've heard it before, but
Sounds like it might be a common name.
I mean,
Common forever.
maybe. Like he's definitely like you can see the wheels are turning in his brain, but he's not like I know immediately who that is or anything.
That's my dad.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Oh shit.
That's my uncle.
Well, that's weird.
Well, anyway.
That's my uncle brother.
Well, anyway, gentlemen, do you want to go and look for our trader friend tonight, or wait until morning?
Well, it's up to the rest of you. But I think I'm going to stay behind here for just a bit. I've got something to attend to, and I look dead ass at his mom, who's probably still over in a stupor somewhere,
Yep,
like
she is.
soaking wet.
Wait, Rowan, did you cook? Is that soup over there?
Yeah, there's soup in there.
I'd stay for a little bit.
Yeah, she looks like she is in and out of consciousness at this point.
Is she? Should I like give her some health or what?
No, I think this is something else.
I could lesser restoration her.
No, I could too, and I step outside into one of the rain barrels and grab like a bucket that's probably around, and I come back in and I splash her in the face.
That's
again.
that's not the right components, Rowan.
That works for me.
She just like mumbles under her breath, and she again like she looks like
She's high as fuck, right?
yeah.
I go over there
like,
and like tap her on the face, and I cast Luster Restoration to completely sober her.
okay.
That might not be okay.
Buzzkill.
Damn.
Let's see if she rolls high enough for a con save.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Buzzkill.
So, you touch her and you can feel her face is like clammy from all the water that has been thrown on her. And you feel the clamminess kind of subside as the glowing from your hands causes her to lose the effect of whatever she was under. And she kind of like lucidly opens her eyes and just like looks at you and just kind of squints and looks around.
What's your mother's name, Buck?
Rose?
Rose.
What?
Rose? Hey.
Oh.
Hi. Hi, how you feeling?
What are you... What? Who are you?
This is your birthday party.
It's not
Huzzah.
It's not my birthday.
No, this is an intervention.
It is an intervention.
What? What's going on? Here.
Buck, get your mother some soup.
Buck, what's going on? And Buck runs over and gets a bowl and starts filling up some soup. And she like gestures over to him to Buck, what's going on? And Buck, grabbing the soup, runs over and like starts to try and feed it to her, and she just like pushes it away from him. I'm sorry, Mom. My new friends, they were really nice to me, and they bought me some stuff, and they wanted to know where you were, and I didn't know where you were, so we went to come find you, and you guys can tell, like, she just reeks. Like, you know, I mean, I don't know. I don't personally know this, but, like, after you come down from some sort of high, like, your body's, like, getting rid of
Sweating it out.
Like, she reeks of sweat.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, could you, like... That's how you do it once. You're not a one-trick pony. I know you can do it again.
Do you mind using your wood?
Cleaner!
But she's drenched from the water and she's sweating.
I saw you do it once before.
You do have your magic jar that you can dump on her full of water.
What?
Or mayonnaise.
Or mayonnaise.
No!
Mayonnaise will clean that smell right.
No, just come over with a different smell.
Scrape it up.
She's like, Buck, what did I tell you? I'll come home. Don't worry. And he's like, I know, but they really want to find you. And so we went to the tea shop and we found you. And
Rowan, I'm not entirely sure what you wanted to do, but you can now communicate with this woman.
I'm also in the same grounds as her and extremely confused as to what is going on.
Listen, there's one thing I can't stand, and that's a parent that... And I just look her dead in the eye, and I'm like, that's a parent that doesn't parent.
Buck's like 17, man.
yeah, he's 16, 17, yeah. She's like,
16 going on 17?
yes.
There's
Maybe
a
follow
lot
mine.
we have missed.
It's a personal matter.
I am a great mother. I don't know what you're talking about.
I, like, lean in the chair and, like, almost go full shifter. Like, I let my teeth bare and my ears kind of stand up, and I say, do you know what your son was doing earlier today?
Roll me intimidation check.
I like this side of Rowan. Oh, no.
19.
Yeah. So
She now reeks of urine.
On top of everything else.
you can feel your unintentionally, you perhaps start to shift, and you can see like her expression goes from like doe-eyed, like huh, to oh shit, as this thing changes in front of her, as she wasn't expecting it, and she just like stops mid sentence and just. What did you say?
I want to walk up next to him and say, ma'am, I've been bitten by books today. Please listen to what he has to say.
Why is there a guard in my house?
Right.
It's a lot of confusing things going on.
Right.
And I say, your son almost got caught stealing.
No, he did get caught stealing.
Yeah.
Well,
He's just
that's-
lucky he got caught by us.
And she looks directly at him and says,
And this kind guard who was willing to look the other way. And that's
Grr.
Meow.
right. She looks directly at Buck and says, what have I told you about stealing? Only steal from people that you can for sure get the money off of them.
that
And
is not the right answer.
and she looks at you and she says, are you his mother?
Done a better job in one day than you have, apparently.
I mean,
Yeah, look at him. You can't see through his clothes anymore.
yes, he does have very nice clothes.
And he's wearing shoes.
He is, and you look now that he after you had given him shoes, he has taken them off.
Fuck!
I don't really like things on my feet.
No shoes in the house.
He's inside.
It's
He's
fine.
fine.
Also, what is your infatuation with shoes?
He could step on glass and get his foot infected.
I'll wear them
I
outside.
think the last party had a thing against shoes, wasn't it? Like none of us wore shoes, but we didn't need
Just
shoes.
Yeah, I don't
Celeste was the only one who wore shoes.
Yeah,
Yeah. Because cloven hooves.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
And dragonborn feet.
Yeah.
Well,
And toe
And just-
beans.
And
You
toe
know,
beans.
Like
and, just a
Jonas.
hippie. And whatever you were,
Yeah.
I'm a hippie fan.
Hippie.
He was a thing.
Look, Rowan, it seems that you are dealing with some past trauma in this family, with this family. You know, you're trying to process some things like, how about the rest of us go and find our friend? Go and meet her, visit with our friend. Rowan can come later.
Who? What?
I say books with them.
We have no idea where this person is.
I know where his house is.
I feel like this is the first time There's a lot of information.
Oh, well, you guys were getting... Did you say you were getting bitten by books?
It's yeah.
Yes.
Is that like a new...
Is
this like a slang? Like, I'm gonna hit the books are gonna bite me? Is that...
No, it's not. We'll tell you more about it. Maybe not in front of the civilians.
Why are you in my house?
We made you dinner. Listen to Rowan, he's gonna yell at you.
Why are you in our house?
This is my house.
Why are you in our
Because you're behind on taxes.
I mean, I don't have a lot. And she goes over to her bed and, like, digs under her bed to find the box that you previously...
That's fine.
And she pulls out, she's like, there's a lot. How much do I owe taxes?
Tell you what, I'll forget the whole thing if you keep that little runt in line.
No more stealing from either of you.
I mean, I don't steal. I mean, I can't watch him all the time, but...
Have him go get a job.
I mean...
The shopkeepers probably could use a bag boy.
I will ask around town and see if there are any available jobs for him. And she, like, gives him daggers, like, stares him daggers.
He'll be watching.
You're gonna watch me?
Well, he'll be watching. Because he's a guard. He'll know if this boy is committing any other felonies.
Just do it in the back fucking alley like I told you. Rowan. As she says under her breath, Rowan. Just kill her? Are you just doing this in front of her?
No, I turn around to face him.
Oh my gosh.
So that she can't see me, and I'm just like... Go outside. You don't know.
Okay.
Why don't you step outside?
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, yeah, I'll direct you.
Are you guys hurt from hitting the books?
Yeah, did the
Yes.
books hurt you?
Like,
Yes, as you see, an obvious gash.
how hurt are you?
They were rather heavy.
It took a chunk out.
Where the hell were you? Hitting books.
We were looking at
At
investments.
school, of course.
Okay, that makes...
Yeah.
Yeah?
Why were you at the
you-
school?
Did you learn anything?
Inspection. Safety regulations.
You can definitely tell she looks very confused by what you're saying.
You're still really high, ma'am.
No, I feel perfectly fine.
Are you sure?
Yes.
A drug addict would think that.
Yeah.
I'm not a drug addict. I don't know what you're talking about.
I just met you, and I'm pretty sure you're a drug addict.
You don't know the first thing about me.
The first thing I know about you is that you're a drug addict.
I spend a key point to read her thoughts.
Okay. How far does that just do surface level? I can't remember.
Yeah, what's kind of bubbling on the surface? I can penetrate deeper if I really feel like it.
She definitely
You
is.
could,
She's definitely.
but we're all in the room right now.
right.
All right.
So she is thinking, like, it is strange that someone would go to the school at this time of night, as far as she knows, very uncommon for them to check the school for anything. It's also, she's obviously, like, denying in her head that she's a drug addict. Like, I'm not a drug addict. I don't know what they're talking about.
I can
like,
quit whenever I want to.
yes, exactly.
I'm not a
She's in
drug addict.
denial.
I'm a drug user. I'm not a drug addict.
Correct.
Mhm.
I don't abuse it. I just
hate people who don't support their own.
like that. I don't acknowledge that they're addicted to things.
Yeah, I don't understand people like that.
Oh, okay. Well, it's called being an addict and not wanting to admit it. But
So why don't we leave Rowan here to
That was a
penetrate
skit. No.
all that he wants?
That's cool. I just didn't know what to add to it.
And
Yes,
I will direct these fine gentlemen to our friend's home. Do you want to come with us, or do you want to lead Rowan?
I'm not into this. It's a little too
I write down some instructions.
after school special for me.
Rosemary will ask, "Do you want me to stay back with him?"
Why don't
That's
you go with
probably-
them and just send me a message on where they end up at?
Okay, I'll be the messenger.
I was
No,
just
she's
going to
the
write him
messenger.
some detailed instructions, but this is probably better. No paper trail.
Doesn't trust her instructions.
That's fair. I mean, she got you through the forest.
What do you mean you don't trust my instructions?
Several
Written
times.
instructions.
Right.
It's like 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it's getting late. It's like
Like
9,
late.
10 o'clock. Yep, it's getting late. So, you guys, everyone except for Rowan is heading out, correct?
Do you guys need you hurt? You need...
We'll be fine for now. Let's just get to the destination that I'm supposed to escort you all to.
So, as you guys... I'm assuming you guys are going the exact path you came initially, where you came through the opening plaza. That's where I was looking for. You make your way back to the plaza. At this point, the bar that you guys previously saw looks a lot less busy. It looks like the fight that was there previously has cleared out some of the crowd. But the guy out front is still peddling some sort of game of some sort to a couple nearby patrons. The tea shop that you guys passed by looks pretty quiet, but you pass through the town plaza and go north and go a little ways kitty corner to what looks like a cul-de-sac of houses. As you're walking through this area, you would stumble across sleeping, homeless tabaxi, various guards, but as you are with a guard, they don't pay you guys any mind. But you do make it to the cul-de-sac that you remember that Brom's house was. And there, as you're meandering through, you guys don't see any lights on in any of these houses. They seem pretty quiet, either no one lives in them, or they are sleeping, or whatnot.
So a couple of things when we're walking.
Okay.
Chatz.
Mm-hmm.
Are we supposed to be calling you something besides Chatz while we're here? And since that name is not, you must not be mutants, Newton.
Well, definitely don't call me Chatz for sure, or Catsmussen.
So are we going with Sunflower again, or?
Well, since I'm disguised as a god, I would go by either "Hey, you are guard" for now. I don't know what these people call themselves.
Mm-hmm. They seem to have pretty normal names.
Okay, let's drop the whole normal part of that. Each culture has its own naming standards.
I'm gonna call you Hugh.
Hugh.
Yeah, Hubert.
Ooh, man.
I like it.
I said Hubert, but I like Hugh and too.
Yeah.
Oh. Hugh.
Hugh or Hubert. Seems like a good card name.
Fine.
Okay, everybody.
Whatever.
Chat's name is Hubert.
Mr. Man.
Hubert Band.
Okay.
I like it, Hubert man.
Well, anyway, what is the way to this?
Another thing. This man is the leader of a rebellion in this area. You probably shouldn't show up at his front. Oh, stage whispers. You probably shouldn't show up at his front door dress card.
I will stand back and let you all introduce me.
Okay, you didn't.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
That, or I can lead the way and just take my chances.
I can talk, but you got to ask yourself: do you really want me to be the one talking to this guy?
I'll talk.
You can't talk. We were going to stay in the back while we talked to him. Remember?
Okay, then who's talking?
I don't know. It can't be
Let's
you.
just
You're
get
dressed as a
there and we'll
guard.
figure it out when we knock on the goddamn door.
Can't you just change your disguise? Can't you just, be in robes of some
Maybe
sort?
we shouldn't be doing that out so often, especially in public.
Maybe once we get to the spot, I will change
I'm sure
my
there's a dark
outfit.
alley.
There are several dark alleys around here that you could easily do.
Buy some
Well,
drugs.
once we get to the doorstep, I will change my outfit so I don't look like a guard. I will just put on nice clothes.
Okay. So in that vein, you had a disguise that was separate from your armor, because
Right.
your armor is the thing that magically changes. So
Right.
you would have like a disguise of some sort on your head that I'm assuming you're taking off. Are you putting anything on in its replacement, or are you just gonna look like it's back?
You're taking off your head?
Yes.
They're disguised.
2 weeks.
Just pull your.
If anybody gets that reference.
Mm-mm.
I
don't.
Yes. So when I get there, I will change my armor's disguise, and then I will lower the bandages and whatnot that I have obscuring my face.
Okay. Sounds good.
You're gonna just be out and about like a tabaxi out here. I guess we are on the moors. There are tabaxi homeless people everywhere.
Correct.
We could have just hired you to escort us.
Yes, and by the time we're at his doorstep, hopefully we will be invited in, where this will no longer be a problem.
Okay, we have a plan. Who's talking to him?
Let's work on this as we're moving. Lead us to the...
Oh, it's just this way. Over here.
When we're on the way.
Mm-hmm.
What information have you actually gathered about this? We
we met a nice tabaxi family, a homeless fat tabaxi family. The kids were cute. Something about
little kittens.
Yeah, the guy's name was something about
Bangs by the river.
Bangs by the river. Yeah.
Very.
Something along those
Sounds like a
lines.
motivational speaker.
He was very nice. He led us to where this guy's house is, and he mentioned that he is the leader of the chain, whatever uprising that was called, in this area.
Right, but with this from who, what's, I don't, what
he's very secretive. There's a secret base somewhere that they didn't know about, but knew where his house was, and it could be booby trapped. Maybe? Did he say something about traps? I don't remember if he said something about traps.
Is he a tabaxi?
I don't believe so.
Maybe?
Yes? He's part of the chained uprising.
So I'm going to go with yes. I have yet to meet a member of the chained
So we
uprising.
literally don't know...
Silent.
What? I was like, we met Silent and
Yeah.
a whole group of tabaxi.
That's what I said. We literally haven't met anyone in the chained uprising that's not a tabaxi.
Oh, that's not what we heard.
That-
I heard
yeah.
that that's not... Oh, no.
Yep.
Sorry,
I heard
I'm
that.
glad we're on the same page.
Um,
I'm surprised that they would let a tabaxi own a house.
look,
Right?
it's the information that I got, okay?
They gotta live somewhere, right?
The streets.
More.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
The tabaxi people did say something. I think he asked them something about. I don't know, guys. It was a week ago.
Right?
It's been 1 week.
I don't know. They were really nice, though. Real nice people.
We gave them a lot of money.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, we gave them a lot of money.
We got nothing at the school, and I feel like we got more.
Yeah.
That was like $50 is all.
I don't know where the guy's house
It's
is.
the cheapest stone I had.
The cheapest stone I had.
You got attacked by books.
Yes, we did.
Knowledge is power. Knowledge can hurt.
And I'm sorry, I've been stuck on Rowan
Especially
Rowan
when
Crusade all
knowledge has
day.
teeth.
Look.
Yes, it was like that.
It definitely had teeth.
What the
So,
fuck happened in the school?
Which is a book from Harry
There-
Potter. The
Right,
book.
exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
that's essentially
There
it.
was a cursed library, there were guards, we hid, we got away. That's the gist of it.
Yes. Anyway, the point I'm trying to get at here is we get to this house. You know that this person lives there, but we don't know if there's other people that live there, and you don't know
Look,
precisely who
I
this person
paid a
is.
homeless man on the street to lead me the way. It's not like
Oh,
he
so this
stinks.
could totally be the wrong place, and
He
he just
know-
led you
he
somewhere
know-
because he was
he-
like, "Oh, money,
No.
thank you.
He knows.
I'm homeless, and will literally
Listen
lead you
to
to
me.
any answer that you're looking for."
Sapphire just like walks up to Duke and grabs him by the snoot like this.
You just booped on the snoot?
No, she
Boom.
snapped his snapped his
She gets
snoot.
real close to his face and she's like, "This tabaxi man that I paid knows him
I enjoy that.
and didn't want to give him up his location to us at first." Okay?
You need to learn how to lead your information.
You? I dick, Duke.
What information did you get?
Okay.
We learned how
Books
they
can write.
are crippling the Tabaxi society within the mountain.
We already knew that!
You do not know the details.
What? What are the details? They're enslaving them.
Enslavement requires a starting point.
Prisoners with jobs.
Yeah, there was a lot of material up there about subjugating people and how to increase free will and things like that.
Sure, you could. How could you not tell that that's already going on? We've met Tabaxi. They are terrified of these people.
Also, the library is cursed so that you cannot just walk in there and read anything you want. You have to either have the ability, either have permission to go in there, I'm guessing, or you have to somehow remove the magic.
We also can tell that they've likely done this to other people before. It takes a lot of planning and strategy to know that the best course to cripple a society's will is to rewrite their history.
Are you saying they warewashed their history?
It's not whitewashed, yeah.
Yeah. No need to explain the joke. It was funny. Yeah. Thanks,
We've also learned the strategies for punishment. At least a few of the new ones. And possibly some that have not been implemented yet, so...
How does that information help us right now?
We're talking the big game, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You could have also just told me how you knew that this person wasn't just some random homeless guy.
Can't you just trust me?
That's
that
what
I
you
trusted
said.
this person?
Let's not fight.
Duke! Can't you just trust me that I got good information for you?
Not when you say we talked to a homeless tabaxi.
We did talk to a homeless tabaxi. Look around
Okay.
you, they're all homeless, chat.
Okay.
Who the fuck are you?
This one's a house. Let's knock on the door.
Okay, Duke. Let's follow her. She got this information. We got ours. Our
all
information
homeless.
isn't as
They're all
useful as hers right now. So let's see where this goes.
Maybe this is where they never rebellion. You literally almost tripped over a homeless tabaxi on the other block.
To know.
Hey guys!
Duke just kicks it. What the fuck is that? This thing is filled with rodents.
Okay.
I mean, you just came from Were Rat House, so...
That's true.
We got too many were-rats, in my opinion.
So, you guys do make it to the front door of this small little hovel of a home. It is a stucco row house with a heather thatched roof with some... It would not have changed. It's a like you can see in from the single window. That is a single room. It's dark, so it's kind of hard to see much. But there definitely is like a bed and a chest and a dresser and like a cabinet with food supplies and whatnot and a table. Like pretty standard. It definitely looks pretty run down from the outside compared to Rose's house, where she at least probably spent some money on upkeep. Some, maybe a little. This house has definitely seen better days. But like the door is slightly askew as you approach and you're standing right in front of you. You just notice that, this door probably needed to be re-put on at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks pretty beat up. But you're at the front door.
Okay.
Are you just knocking, like loud knocking? Okay.
I will kind of look around, see if there's anyone around us that's really looking our way.
The little cul-de-sac you guys are in is pretty deserted. You don't see any people. There's obviously houses nearby, but none of the lights are on. So you pound on this door, and
Don't pound on it. It's just polite knocking.
okay, so you politely knock on this door, and you don't hear anything for a couple seconds, and then you hear some rustling around behind the door, and then ever so slightly, you hear someone approach from the other side. Like, it's no longer empty space, essentially, and you hear a, hello? From the other side.
Don't look at me like that. Maybe it's a woman. Maybe Brom's a woman. Maybe Brom's a old man.
Stage whisper.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to drop my disguise.
Okay, sounds good. So you start taking everything off, and
Yeah.
what are you changing? Are you going to change it to robes, or just regular armor, or what do you think?
I might change into like disheveled, like dirty clothes, just kind of fit the local tabaxi look.
Okay.
The local tabaxi fashion, as it were.
Right.
And hello, am I okay? Hello, inside. We're looking for someone named Brom.
I don't know anyone by that name.
Okay. Well,
Right answer. The gods would like to give you a pay bonus if you come out.
What?
Actually, what were you going to say?
What? A pay bonus? What are you talking about?
I'm just...
What are you talking? Is the door open a little bit?
The door is closed.
I'll say my friends are drunk. I'm sorry.
Go away.
We were told that Brom lived here by a common friend named Silas.
So as soon as you say the name Silas, you hear like a... How do you know that name?
The voice actually changed?
The voice changes.
I pull out her coin and I kind of like slide it under the door.
Like, are you sliding all the way under?
Just like a little bit so that he can see it.
You probably have to slide it pretty far because
Yeah.
just slide it in.
I slide it under the door.
Okay, so you slide it in, and you hear like as you hear someone pick up the coin and look at it. What? How did you find me?
We were told to look for a person by that name.
We're expert detectives.
Both of you need to stop talking.
By...
She found us passage to the city. We're looking to help your organization.
What did she tell you?
Very little. But that you could give us a safe place to stay while we're here.
So as soon as you say that, you hear the door just a little bit open, and you can see just like one eye. There's a cyclops. One small, like humanoid eye that is covered with like purple. I don't want to say bandit wraps, like
Shawl.
Thank you. As they stick one eye out and give you guys a look once over and say, "Well, come in," and they open the door just ever so slightly, just enough so you can like squeeze in.
Once we're inside, I will say, we do have one more coming at a later time.
And honestly, he may not even come. I've got a feeling he might be sleeping now.
I think he's having sex.
So as you guys make your way in,
fucking back?
what are you talking about?
Oh.
Hate fuck.
Oh my god.
In front of fuck.
Making strong eye contact. Who's your daddy now, boy? Who's your daddy now? Yeah, it was my plan all along. It's just...
This is what happens when you steal. Your mother gets fucked in
Never steal again. Rowan's got some tough justice to deal out, I guess.
This is
Hey,
awful. Can we air
Christian,
this?
I
I
found
don't know if we can air this.
We probably will.
We have said worse.
Right, we're done.
Tough
Justice?
That's the name of your dick.
Is that the name?
I'm gonna slick. I've got some justice to sling. Justice. It's just the name of your dick.
When it's hard, it's tough justice.
Yeah, it's a rough justice.
Yeah.
Good old RJ.
Always raw justice.
TJ, yeah.
Oh no!
Oh my gosh. Anyway.
Write that down. That's canon now.
What am I writing down?
What part?
All of it. What part? His dick. That part.
Wait, so his hand is named what?
Oh,
Trevor?
Trevor.
And now his dick is named Rough Justice?
Mm-hmm.
Rough justice.
Rough, tough, whatever.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait.
tough justice,
okay. Rowan,
Oh, Jesus, I can't believe it's going down. I know it.
be
course it is.
I'm going to
dealing
be reading it the next time.
Of course
Rough
she is.
Oh my god.
Justice.
I don't know if
I mean, there's sexually explicit themes. It's fine.
Yeah, do we need a disclaimer at the beginning?
We
of our
have a
videos?
disclaimer at the beginning.
Good.
Not
I'm glad you guys
for
watch these.
Yeah.
Rowan be dealing rough justice.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Anyway,
So you step into this small little hovel, and you see what looks like a humanoid creature. They are, like I said, they were covered in like a shawl and like a purple nightgown. You can definitely tell like this person is trying to give the appearance that they are not male. In the fact that
Orange journey.
what?
Strictly.
Oh yeah. Like, but and also not tabaxi. Like they are covering enough that it is ambiguous whether they are a were creature or tabaxi. And as soon as you guys come in, he like takes off part of his shawl and whatnot. You can see he is a younger, like mid-20s looking male tabaxi. He has blue eyes with long white fur. And he is about 5'7", and he's pretty skinny. He has like an oval face. And as he's looking at you, he looks like he literally just woke up. Like he looks groggy. And he's looking at you kind of bewildered and also angry at the same time. Like, what did Silas sign me up for this time?
I don't know if you've gotten any word from Silas.
I have not heard from her in a while, but she always likes to give me little gifts, if you know what I mean.
We gave her a gift recently.
What that means.
what is actually your role within this organization?
And how many members do you have?
I don't have a tally of how many people are in our organization.
Enough for a rebellion?
I mean, we can definitely try. I mean, nothing ever goes perfectly as planned.
Nope.
I hate this man.
I love him.
He's got moxie. I like him.
Yeah.
A coup?
A coup?
Yeah, enough for a coup.
Bless you.
Oh, a coup.
Haiku?
Haiku,
yes.
yes.
Oh.
We're gonna write slam poetry.
Yeah.
That's how we bring
Eric
down the
has
rest.
That's how we
Yeah,
win.
I was
That's how we win the kingdom.
Yep.
Slam poetry.
Just downs his beer and leaves.
That's the only slam that I'm interested in. That or whatever you're doing to Buck's mom.
Right. Well, as you can probably imagine, we are limited numbers, but we manage. What did Silas promise you? I literally just went to bed. I'm a little out of it.
A safe place to stay while we are conducting our business in town.
Well, several of the nearby houses are vacant. If you would like to take them, for some reason, people have been vacating them, or they've gone missing, or I don't know.
Okay.
That's reassuring.
Motherfuckers are gonna go missing in the middle of the night. I'm gonna have to go find you.
So anyway, this point of your role, are you some sort of concierge?
I don't know what that means, but I'm in charge, you might say, of this faction.
What's the status of the faction at this time?
Well, we're a little scattered. Our hideout got found recently. I should have put it. Anyway, doesn't matter. We'll find a new place soon.
Sounds like they need your rigidness to whip them into shape.
I don't know if we should talk about wretchedness after talking about justice.
Right. I don't know what you mean. I'm doing a fabulous job.
Did you just say your hideout recently got discovered?
It wasn't my fault that it got discovered. One of our underlings was followed.
Is this Hermione?
What? No.
It's not mine. It's
Wingardium Leviosa.
Okay.
No, it seems like it could be your fault. If you didn't train them well enough to not be followed, that comes back to you.
I like that we knock on this guy's door and then just berate him that he's bad at his job.
But-
We haven't told him who we are.
No.
You're just
I
bad.
am sorry, but I'm left to be concerned as to whether or not this safe place to stay will actually be that safe.
Duke, are you alright? Do you
Is
have
there a
cold?
window I
Yes,
can look
there's
out?
a window.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to the window and not to disturb the curtains too much or anything, but just kind of peek out and make sure we weren't followed and fuck this guy over.
Duke, do you
Roll a
have a
perception.
cold? Are you okay? Every once in a while, you're like you sound like you got marbles in your mouth.
Okay.
No,
I'm fine.
are you sure?
I'm quite alright.
Sometimes it feels like you've got a bit of an accent, and then you go back to
Dirty
regular
20.
Duke.
You're looking around outside, and you don't see any people, necessarily. It seems like a pretty quiet night, so it doesn't seem like you were followed.
Okay.
You definitely were talking pretty loud on your way here, though, so it's very possible. But currently, you cannot see anybody.
I'm a potential investor. I'll talk as loud as I want.
So that route.
Right.
Okay, so what's the state of your organization? What are you doing here? What's your goal? What are you? What?
Oh, wait.
Well,
Is this a Shark Tank?
right.
Just like,
So weird.
What does Silas want you to have done here?
We are trying to gather people to help us, obviously. That's kind of our main goal.
How many people do you have?
I don't know the number off the top of my head.
Can you give me an estimation?
30 or 40 or so?
Duke, what can you do with those numbers?
get them all killed.
We don't have
Look, I'm sorry, we're here in
Turn
your
them
home
loose.
and we're being very rude. Let's talk about why we're here. Maybe share some names, you know?
You already know my name. Silas has been spreading it around town, obviously.
Just to us.
Just like Buck's mom.
Look,
Right?
let's start with that. We did a favor for Silas.
What did you possibly do for Silas?
We captured Kudath.
What? What?
Yeah.
Big, scary Goliath.
Yeah, we kicked his ass. Wrapped him in chains.
You can definitely tell his demeanor changed
Rolled him up the
from
mountain in a
who
cart.
the fuck are you to wow.
Strip the bandit, dude.
My friend literally punched him into unconsciousness.
Roll me persuasion. As you're telling the truth, but
Yeah.
this is like,
A tall tale?
yes, this seems like a fairy tale.
Are my friends helping me? Do I get advantage?
They're not saying shit,
My
so...
friends! My
Do you want it?
Is there more than one Kudak?
friends! 5!
He definitely looks at you like, sure you did.
I don't tell the story as well. He's the one who dragged his body.
I mean, you look like a very strong young man. I don't know how you're...
That's the first time in a while that I've been called young.
I assume you live to be hundreds of years old. Yeah, I don't know anything about your kind, I'm sorry. Dragonborn? Is that correct? You're...
I believe that is the common term used.
You're...
The term in his language isn't, I say dragonborn, but like in Draconic.
Oh, okay.
That's also not technically true.
I think what you said was like a slur.
Yeah, like
We don't use that anymore.
Yeah.
No, there are more than one.
Oh, okay.
Well, anyway, I think one of our main missions here is to seek out some of the other top-ranking generals and take them out. Should make the job of the resistance a little easier if the were creatures are without leadership.
We don't know who they are or where to find them. That's what we need help with.
Yes.
You intend to just waltz in and kill them?
I mean, that's what we did with Kudath.
Well,
Worked pretty well.
If we can waltz in, we will, but we were planning on walking.
Right, soft saying.
Perhaps.
Maybe getting the drop on.
Move up, cha-cha real smooth.
We don't really have a plan for that yet, so we know more about the generals. But we need to know more about them first. Locations, names, ASL,
I don't know what ASL numbers are.
More I had a brain in terms of I was like, what year is it? Where am I at?
You're fucking Buck's mom.
For those of you in the audience too young to remember chat groups, that stands for age, sex, location.
Yes.
I was way too young to be on those things.
Same.
We heard about your notebook.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we're concerned about
American Sign Language.
Yeah.
Oh. Anyway. So, yes, we require lodging, which you have arranged since you told us these houses are abandoned.
No justice.
We need names and locations.
What? Okay. Which one did you...
And details about them that could be helpful.
So what... Let's back up. I'm sorry, we barged into your
You
home
have
in the middle
spies
of the
in your
night.
network that we could use,
Why don't we get to know each other a little better?
yes, let's let's start with one thing at a time.
You're right. My name is Sapphire. It's a pleasure.
We're just leading right with it. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's nice. It's nice to meet you, Sapphire. I don't think I need to introduce myself, but I'm Brom
What's your last name, Brom?
Felden.
Do you know that?
Yes.
Good. Good job, us.
Well, good. It's the right one.
I'm a
Yeah.
BreezeSong of the notorious BreezeSong family.
I'm not familiar with the
I know,
BreezeSongs.
but you really will be.
I mean,
There are
I'm
three
at my
of
first one.
us out in the world. Honestly, I'm concerned at the kind of mayhem the other two are causing. I'm saying too much.
I don't know why any of that is important
It's just a constant where I had Rosemary reach out earlier, and we'll talk later. I'm just really concerned right now.
I'm Hubert Mann.
Hubert Mann.
Mm-hmm.
Your last name is Mann?
It's strange, I know. It's
a slave name.
yes. My owners gave it to me as a form of punishment. I burnt the toast.
Roll me deception. And your friends are not helping you in any way. They're laughing. They are straight up laughing. If anything, you have disadvantage.
Okay.
Yes, I'm laughing in character too.
Yeah, okay, so that's deception.
Yeah.
17.
Because of my thing, it's a 22.
I just imagine Dupes like sitting there like.
I mean, there's definitely like.
Sapphire is literally like chuckling in the corner. And she's like, I gave him that name. Why is it so funny?
He looks you over and says, "Why have I never seen you before? Are you not from Under Felix?"
No. And perhaps it's best that we keep some of the finer details at bay for right now. Let's just say there are people here who would be very upset if they found out I was here.
But you said you're not from here.
He was just another.
This is definitely not the town I grew up in.
Here's another ally of Silas. I can't imagine all of her allies know each other.
He's definitely like giving you a look.
And I'm definitely beating around the bush.
Right, yes.
He's buying it, Chatz.
You're not helping.
As you're mouthing to each other. Very well. And you? Large dragonborn?
I'm Duke.
It's nice to meet you, Duke. Do you have anything else you would like to share with the class?
I see no need to exchange
Dude isn't a
unnecessary
sharer.
information.
I've known him for like 2 months, and I just know that his name is Duke.
Very well. I guess
Nothing I can share with you is important to your necessities.
Well, it's nice to meet you too.
You're welcome. I'd rather not waste your time.
Why are you such a dick?
I'm a dick because I don't wish to waste people's time.
It is late. I would like to go back to bed.
Precisely.
I would like to go to bed in general.
And you, as he looks over at Finnick.
Oh, I'm just Finnick. I'm here for moral support.
I just work here.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Finnick. I can appreciate being a man who is very straightforward and knows exactly what he's doing, unlike some of these other people.
I know, don't judge me by them. They're work associates.
And Rosemary, like, sticks out her hand. She's like, I'm Rosemary. It's nice to meet you. Like, she's being very, like, cordial. And Brom will extend his hand as well and shake hers and say, it's not always nice to meet someone so pleasant. As she is, like, smiling and telling him, your home seems very nice. Like, she's definitely trying to be overly nice to compensate for you guys being assholes.
I'm not an asshole. I'm very nice.
Most of you being assholes.
Very, very nice.
Sure.
So nice. Our friend who isn't here yet, but who will show up eventually, we think.
Yes.
His name is Rowan.
That's nice to know.
You'll know when you see him because he's very fast.
Oh, okay.
That's all I got.
I just walk in.
Now?
Slowly.
You finished already?
Well, he is fast, he said.
Do we need to jump back to you? Are you doing anything important back there?
I'm gonna have to talk with her, so whenever you feel like it is appropriate to jump back.
We'll jump back in a second. But you're
can
eventually
we-
going to have to talk with her, and then you're going to just walk in? Okay.
Can we stay here?
Rosemary would have sent you a message. That don't matter, you're going to fall asleep soon. But she would have sent you a message how to get here.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Can we stay here?
I literally just told you there's 2 houses nearby if you would like to sleep in your own place, but...
Are those empty, or are we allowed to go in there?
I mean, yes, they're empty as far as I know. I haven't seen them come back for a couple days.
I hope it's not like that other house we were in, and then they just showed up, and we were like, oh, this is our house now.
Yeah.
I got the money. I could pay him off.
Oh.
Yeah.
Money, you say?
What is the stimmies?
Yeah, I mean, I got like some copper.
He's definitely looking at all of your nice weapons and, like, armor and whatnot and bow. Like, definitely giving you a once-over, each of you. Yes, some copper.
Yeah. Well, you know what they say. It costs money to wage war. They say that, right?
I'm sure that is a saying.
I heard them say that when I was in the elemental plane. They said it in celestial, though, so it was, or primordial, so it was really angry and grunting.
Yes.
Not grunting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there anything else?
Yeah, so, I don't know. We go break into somebody's house and hope they don't show up?
Yeah.
I guess
Same
so.
thing we did with the Sapphire.
We will need you to come up with a network of spies to get information for us.
What do you want to know?
Well, we want to know where the
Age,
generals
sex,
are.
location. I know we covered
Yeah,
this.
we need to know about the generals and their locations and where to find them and what
How
the places
fortified
are.
is
You know,
Castle Felix?
Do they frequent the whorehouses? We get a jump on a general at a whorehouse.
That's the name of the whorehouse, isn't it? Jump on the bar.
Yes.
We'll cover this in the morning. I'm far too tired for this.
Fine, let's find ourselves
I want my
lodging
silent
for the
point
night.
back.
Flips it to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so you guys are leaving, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so you walk out of his abode. He would have covered up with his shawls again as he...
Oh, you should
Yeah,
do the same thing.
I mean, I'm a dirty tabaxi right now.
Correct.
I mean, I cannot fit in.
That's fair.
Oh, you don't want to go back to being your Hugh Godman?
No, he's a
Good time.
Hugh
If you
man.
became Hugh Godman, then, it would be actually quite beneficial, because
It
you
is
could then
actually
just be
beneficial when
like,
you
we're
are...
going to commandeer this house.
Yeah, that is actually pretty beneficial.
I'm assuming that's something they do. They're really shitty people.
Do the guards just randomly commandeer houses around here?
I'm sure they do. They usually don't come into the moors, but it's possible. At least this far in. As this is toward the edge of town. It's quite a ways in.
It's better not to risk it.
So you would like me in my disguise?
Yes, I would like you to become Hugh Godman.
His name it's Hubert.
Hubert Mann.
Yes,
Hubert
but
Man.
when you are God, you are Hugh
Godman.
God is your middle name. I
guys
think
got
that
me
humans
looking at
have
us like,
middle
what
names.
are they talking about?
Yeah, that's exactly what I think.
Okay, I will change my armor to a guard's outfit.
You're just doing this in the open?
I mean,
Correct.
I assume it is dark out and there's
Correct.
no one that I can see in this.
I have to imagine that he just does it in this guy's house. Just do it in this guy's house.
Okay, fine. Yeah, before I leave, I will change my armor.
Okay.
And I'll start doing the facial makeup. Or
Do you
disguise.
go in here and just stay in the room?
Yep. Magical girl.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Stay in the scout.
Brom gives you a look as you're doing your makeup and changing your armor, and he doesn't say anything. He just gives you a look.
Or just go like a Wonder Woman spin. That's how I
Right,
imagine it.
right.
Oh, I'm sure he does the poses and everything. Like
Yes.
But
Nails glow.
so you finish your disguise.
Would you like a roll for
Sing
that
man.
at all?
You go ahead. I will say it won't last the night because
Right.
you're going to sleep on it essentially. So feel free to roll your.
Okay. Is that a dex?
Sure.
Okay. So it's 25.
Yeah, it seems like it's a pretty good disguise. You look pretty similar to what you did before.
Mhm.
But you finish your disguise and you guys start heading out. I'm assuming to.
See you in the morning, new friend.
Yes, in the morning. As his voice trails off, and he slowly shuts the door behind you. All right, you guys are all leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so he shuts the door behind you, and you can hear as you guys are walking away. He just stumbles back into bed and starts snoring pretty quickly. You can definitely tell he was really tired talking to you guys, and he was ready to fall asleep at any minute. Anyway, so
Rosemary, you're gonna have to send another message to Rowan and let him know it's actually the house 2 houses down.
he's right here. Did you not see him come in?
How the fuck did you get here?
A little while ago.
You were busy.
We need to put bells on this motherfucker. This isn't the only stealthy one.
It's true.
I have a necklace with a bell on it. I got it. I got it for Lily, but
It would not fit around his neck.
had her on his wrist.
You could.
I thought you were gonna say something else. You paused there for a second.
I have a necklace with a curse in it. It makes you want to join a cult.
No, I don't think Rowan needs that. He
It's old.
Oh,
Barovia old.
oh okay.
is that the one that you got from
I think Ember wore that.
Amber? Is that the one that Amber
Yeah.
had?
Yeah.
It's pretty old, yeah.
It is
Yeah.
old.
Anyway.
That's like
It's-
2019.
Yeah, it's several years old. So, there's several nearby houses that look equally as decrepit as Brom's house. None of them have lights on. Are you just... What are you guys doing?
I guess we'll just go up to...
This one looks like it doesn't have a hole in the roof.
Well, that seems like a winner. I guess go up to the best looking hovel we can find and like maybe peek through the windows, see if we can see if it's occupied at all. And...
So the one you approach, the curtains are slightly drawn open, and you can see in. It's pretty dark. It does not look like anyone is in the current and only bed that's in here. Just at a glance, it doesn't seem like it is occupied by anybody.
Okay.
Is there like dust? Does it look like nobody's been here in a while?
Roll me... Well, you have dark vision, right?
Yeah.
Roll me investigation.
Okay, so it's a straight roll. 12.
From the outside, it's pretty hard to tell. It doesn't look like there's any, like, obvious signs that it's super used or not.
Okay.
At least from the outside.
Looks good.
Alright.
I can put an alarm in front of the door.
That would help. I'm gonna try the doorknob and...
Okay. It is locked.
Huh. Okay. I get down and unlock it.
Okay, go ahead and give me a dex check. And are you proficiency?
I am
Expertise.
expert at it, so that means that the lowest I can roll is a 24.
Yeah, pretty effortlessly. This is not a difficult lock. You get down and click, 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 click. Manage to easily pick this lock. Mm-hmm. And the door swings open with a...
Mm-hmm. Okay. Look around the door and see if anyone in here that we missed.
Nope. The bed looks undisturbed. It doesn't look made, but it's not. Mm-hmm. It's not like anyone's in it necessarily. Mm-hmm. It doesn't. Like you would find all the standard like table, dresser, chest, some food, a cauldron, a bed. Mm-hmm. Pretty standard house. It doesn't look like it's probably super well taken care of. There probably is like layers of dust here and there, but in the more used areas, it's less so. It's kind of hard to tell exactly how long.
Does the food look old or is it fresh?
Go ahead and give me investigation as you're digging through some of their stuff.
That's a 23.
Some of the food does seem like it's starting to grow a little bit of mold. Like some of the grains probably are keeping a little bit better than like the fresh meat or fruit or whatever. Okay. But there isn't a lot of food here. It's probably enough for maybe like a single person or a couple. Mm-hmm.
I guess what I'm trying to determine is if this place has been abandoned recently or like someone hasn't been here for a few days or...
It's probably been at least a couple days.
Okay.
Yes.
Alright. I think we might be safe here for a night at least.
Okay, if they show up, we'll just deal with it when they show up.
Yes.
And do we want to continue to stay here like all the time, depending on how that goes, or do we want to get a room at the hotel? We might get more information hanging out down there listening. All
yes.
the time.
I think would be safer if we don't spend our nights in the same place. Mm-hmm. We should keep moving because we are in enemy territory. We shouldn't...
But we have merchant badges. Identification. For now, until we start actually doing things, I think we'll be okay. But
We'll
for tonight, we'll stay here,
yeah. Yes.
Okay. I set my alarm up around the door and window perimeter.
Okay.
So that it will ping me if somebody tries to come in that isn't our group.
Are you doing it on the inside or outside of the house?
We're doing it on the inside of the house.
Okay.
Just along like the entryway or whatever.
Okay, sounds good. Are you guys all just going to bed? Are you taking watches? What are you doing?
I'll take first watch.
Okay. So we will jump while you guys are getting ready to go to bed. We'll jump back to you and
Back in time.
yeah, we'll jump back in time and see what you were up to back with Rose.
As soon as I've watched them leave, I go back and stand in front of Rose with my arms crossed, and I say, "Look, from one addict to another, I know what you're going through, but you can't put this boy through that."
And she gives you like a type of look. What do you know about addiction? What do you know about addiction?
What do you know about dicks?
What do you know about addiction? How can you possibly know? I'm not an addict. I don't know what you're talking about.
Same thing I told myself. I couldn't go a day, hell even an hour, without having some kind of drink in my system. I went day from day, completely shit-faced. Numbed all the pain of having this goddamn mountain popped right on my town. Not that I'm blaming any of you. I've already come to terms with that. But I thought the alcohol was helping, and all it really was making is a worse problem for me. If you're not an addict, and I take the powder that I found, and I set it right on the table in front of her.
And she stares directly at it.
If you're not an addict, throw that away.
Yeah, I can throw that away. I'll just take it and throw it outside. Yeah.
I've got a better idea. And I grab it before I leave her with it, and I come back with another bucket of water, and I'm like, why don't you pour it in here?
I mean, yeah, I could, but I could just throw it away too. Like I don't need to put it in the water. I mean, it's fine. I'll just get rid of it. And like you can definitely tell she's trying her best to convince you that she is going to get rid of it.
I still have detect thoughts up, by the way.
Oh, she is like, I'm definitely not going to throw that fucking thing away.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to keep it, and I'm probably going to, like, use it later. And, like, I wonder how long it's going to last me, and when am I going to buy some more, and how am I going to buy some more, and maybe I can get Buck to give me some coin to buy me some more. Like, she is looking for any way to get an next fix.
Look at you. Your eyes are darting to the side and you're just thinking about your next fix.
What do you mean? That's the last thing in my mind.
Not that I can tell, and I can read your mind.
What? What are you, some kind of crazy monster who can read minds?
No, like I said, I'm just an ex-addict, like you are now.
You can definitely tell she's, like, starting to freak out a bit. Like, her composure goes from, like, defensive to, like, scared. And she runs over to Buck and, like, whispers to him, like, you need to help me. You need to help me get him out of here and get me. And Buck immediately, like, stares blankly at her, and he's like, no, Mom, I'm not gonna do that. And she's like, you're worthless to me. And she just, like, pushes him to the side, not, like, hurts him or anything, just, like, pushes him away and says, give me what's mine and leave. And stop reading my mind. That is crazy.
Look at what you just did to your boy.
You mean, she pushed him, but he didn't, like, fall or anything. Like, I'm
just sure he's pushed up against a wall.
Right, like, it's not like he, like, got pushed over and started crying or something.
No.
But, like, he is fine. He is almost a man, and he can take care of himself.
Sure, he could take care of himself. But no son ever wants to take care of his mother till she dies of whatever this is.
You don't even know what that is, do you? You don't know how strong and how much that's worth.
I don't even care. And I take the stopper and I dump it in the bucket.
And she screams and lunges for it, and it's too late, obviously. But because you're obviously so fast. But she just takes the bucket and starts to try and drink from it, but it's obviously too diluted.
Yeah.
She is just drinking very, very diluted water at this point.
I just I look over at Buck and I'm sure his face is just I'm hoping it's appalling.
Oh yes, he's just what is going on? He's never seen her like this before, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also a little afraid of you, having admitted that you can read her mind. He is just dumbfounded, and he's just meekly in the corner, just staring at both of you, what the fuck is going on?
I take her face firmly but gently, and I point it over to Buck and I say, "Look at what you're doing."
And she looks at him and then looks back at the water and she says, "He's fine.
All for this crap. You don't need this. You need him. And he needs you."
Roll me intimidation with advantage.
It's a dirty 20.
Yeah, so you are staring her directly in the eye, and you can see her emotions go from angry to almost a sad, I don't want to say sad puppy dog, but dejected, almost a realization moment, a clear, her eyes clear over type of thing. And you're not sure if it's the diluted water drugs that she just took, or if it has anything to do with that, or if it's what you're telling her, but she definitely starts to kind of, I don't want to say sober up. She mellows out a bit. And she's like, maybe you're right. Maybe this isn't healthy for him. And I should really try and do better. And you're reading her mind, and her mind is a little bit foggy at this point. You're not sure if it's some residual effects from the drugs, or if she is telling the truth or whatnot. But she doesn't seem to be outwardly lying to you. But it's definitely a little muddled of a brain at this point. And she says, "I appreciate everything you've done for him, and perhaps I can take what we've been gifted by you and your friends, and maybe make some renovations around the house, and maybe get some nicer clothes for both of us. I don't think we'll be able to find a nicer place necessarily, but at least maybe not." Maybe not touch that stuff anymore. And she looks back at the half-drank pot or bucket of water, and she kind of just winces at it as you can definitely tell she has a yearning for it, as you can hear her thoughts I do want more, but she's physically trying to distance herself from it.
I just grab her hands and I say, "I know that you're a wonderful mother. I mean, he's a good boy. And you've done a good job. It just, at some point in time, you've lost your way to this."
And
I was just going to say, I want to help you if you want to help yourself.
And Buck kind of meekly gets up from the corner he was in, and he starts approaching his mom, and he says, I'll do everything I can, Mom. I won't steal anymore. And I'll even help you try and find a place. Maybe I can come work for you at the cruise. Maybe they need another helping hand around the house. And she's like, yes, they do have quite a large place, and that might be a good place to start. And she looks back at you and she says, I appreciate helping someone you don't even know to get back on our feet and really give me some perspective. I don't know how long it's been since. It's been so long.
I know. I've been in that fog cloud as well, and I just want to help wherever I can. And I reach out with my empathy from my background, and that soft light begins to glow in my hands as I have hers in my hand. And I reach for that cord of yearning that she has, and I say, if you're... And she'd probably see these.
Right, yeah.
As soon out a little bit.
Yes. As soon as your hand starts to glow, and you can see the tether that's actually is around her neck at this point. As you've seen them be on wrists and whatnot, you can definitely tell like this is probably a stronger hold on her, and so it's almost like a collar. And it like glows around her neck. And Buck immediately is like, what the fuck again? And she looks at him and then sees her like coming towards her with a glowing hand, and in her mind she's thinking, what the fuck is going on?
Still high?
What is going on? I don't know what's happening, but you do reach for that cord around her neck.
I just look her in the eye and I said, if you want to be freed of this, if you truly want to be freed of this, I can help you.
And she looks at you and she's terrified at this point. But Buck is holding her paws, and he looks her in the eye and he says, anything that you can do to help her, I would really appreciate. And she looks at you and she says, I don't know what this is, and it terrifies me.
It's alright, as long as you have him. And I take my hand that I was holding her hand with and place it on top of both of their hands. And I say, as long as you have each other, that's all you need.
And she lets out just a small sigh of relief, as well as like a small smirk comes over her face. Are you going to try and break that?
I'm going to try to break that bond, yes.
Okay. Remind me of the ability, because I do not remember off the top of my head.
Shit.
Yeah, so it's my empathic ability. I may attempt to break a person's bond only if they're willing, and it is my wisdom plus my proficiency in whatever DC you say.
So you are rolling against her addiction, correct? So go ahead and roll me a wisdom check, right?
It's my wisdom plus my proficiency.
Okay.
And then the D20.
Right. So go ahead and roll me your check to see how high you roll, and we'll see how well it works.
23.
Yeah. So you can definitely tell.
I don't got to do it. So
let me double check.
What's monks got to do? You got to do it too.
So yes, you can definitely tell the cord around her neck is very tight. Like you really have to kind of dig underneath, as it has really constricted around her neck. You're not quite sure how the cords work necessarily, but you can probably guess that different levels of either anger or addiction of some sort can manifest in different ways that portray how deadly they are, how long they've been going. You can probably guess that this has been happening for a long time, and it's really hard for her to break free of this. But you get your finger underneath and you just shatter that the glowing yellow light around her neck, and you can see she just like slumps for a second, and her eyes just go blank, like a part of her was just deleted essentially from her hard drive, and she just is in like a, I don't want to say like a comatose gaze, but she's like zoned the fuck out. And Buck has to like grab her and hold her up as she is like having trouble keeping herself up. But she doesn't say anything at this point. And reading her mind, her mind is blank. Like, she is essentially like in a paralyzed state of some sort.
I just look at Buck and I say, it's going to take her some time to recover. This has been going on for a while, and it's going to take her some time to come back from it. Just use the money that we gave you to take care of her. Feed her, keep her warm, let her rest.
Maybe I can talk to the crew family and they'll let me take her place for a while. And she'll probably need at least a couple days maybe?
Probably.
And he tries to pull her over to the bed and
I help.
And with your help he's able to prop her up and lay her down in bed so that she's at least comfortable, but she is out like a light. And after he finishes putting her in and covering her up, he turns around to you and you can definitely tell over the course of your time with him, he's not very self-confident, but you can definitely see a little bit of a change in his personality, his perspective. He seems a lot more determined, a lot more almost like the burden of her addiction being lifted off of her has taken a weight off of him as well. You physically see him stand up taller, and he seems like he can carry 20 times his weight again.
I take my only holy symbol of Ilmater, and I put it in his hand, and I say, "You're a good kid, Buck. Keep on the path, all right?"
What's this?
This is something to remind you that you're never trapped.
Well, thank you. And looking around this room, you don't see any symbols of any deities at all. But he takes it and he holds it in his hands, and he's kind of just looking it over. And it is a symbol of hands that are wrapped with the red cord.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of just giving it I don't know what this is, but he obviously doesn't want to offend you or anything. But he takes it and he looks at it for a bit, and he looks back up at you and says, I appreciate this. I was never raised in a religious household, as you can probably imagine, so perhaps this will help us on this path that you speak of.
You don't have to be religious to just be a good person.
I mean, a lot of the other were creatures follow the goddess of the moon. She's a
fickle mistress.
Yeah. I mean, would Rowan know this, or does Josh know this?
No, Rowan would know this because he's been amongst the werewolves and creatures for a really long time.
You would know she is the good deity for were creatures.
She's still fickle.
Yes. She's
Sailor?
She's not great. How do you know
Sailor
that?
Moon?
How do you know it's Sailor Salute?
I've heard of Sailor.
Sailor. She's the goddess of the moon.
How do you guys know this?
Because I get bored and read the D&D books and lore on the gods.
Same. I researched gods when I was looking for gods.
She's the one named Sailor.
But yes, she's kind of the best one I've heard of.
She's the best
around. That's good.
My new character that I made worships Leaky.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's my
But I say, just keep being good, take care of her,
that.
keep being a good kid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Yeah.
You should be in town for a while if you need
I
any
like the
help.
darker wood though. I like that one.
Just
Where can I find you?
250. Which?
And I think for a second, and
at this point you're getting the message from Rosemary.
I know.
You should come here to Brahm's house. Blah blah blah.
I take the tartan cloth off the outer side of the door, and I tear a small piece off of it, and I say, I'm always wearing this. If you can find anybody that sees me in this, you'll be able to find me.
Oh, okay, thank you. And he takes the cloth and wraps the holy symbol in the cloth And he sets it to the side on the bed. Thank you.
I just smile and I pat him on the head and I say, "Take care, Book."
Have a good night. Stay safe. And
then I take off.
you head off. Okay, so he'll shut the door behind you.
Yep.
And you follow the directions that you know very well, obviously, that Rosemary gave you. Go to the plaza, head north, take a side street, and a cul-de-sac. And at this point, you would see a light on at the end of the cul-de-sac that you would immediately know to go into that house. So, you're taking first watch, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so everyone, beds down for the night. Who's taking a second watch?
Before Duke goes to bed, though, I'm gonna talk to him on the side real quick and say, "Have you used your jug yet today?"
I haven't had a chance.
And I look around. Is there like a mug or a cup?
There'd definitely be some, both of those and plates and silverware and
I
whatnot.
take a little of my water and wash it out. It's probably been a while.
Yeah.
And I put it on the table and I say, "Can you fill it up with some alcohol?"
I believe you can make wine and...
Are we still awake?
Yeah,
So far?
everyone's still awake.
I just look at him like...
Yeah, there's... What was...
Did everyone stop drinking?
I don't know.
Wine and
Before I left, I dumped the bucket too, by the way.
Okay, good to know.
Right? He stopped drinking, didn't he?
Perhaps I haven't kept track, to be honest.
What do you want alcohol for?
Just a reminder.
Instead of opening the cork for either beer or wine, I instead open the one for honey.
Oh, okay.
And then I pour it into his tankard.
That's not alcohol.
Make it yourself.
Yeah, make some mead. I mean, it just takes time.
If you
Yeah, that's
desire
all.
that much, I'm sure you'll find a way.
Thanks.
So you now have a mug of honey.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to drink it in it?
God, no.
Oh, okay.
I have some rations if you want to smear the honey on there.
Have a good night, Sapphire.
What time is it?
It's 10, 11 o'clock. It's pretty late.
Oh, okay.
Do you have any large... I mean, you've got to have something in there, large containers.
Water.
I mean, you have a bag.
I have a bag of holding.
Yeah, I will.
You want to take a watch with me?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't think you should just pour honey right into the bag of holding.
Just reach into the bag of holding, honey, and then you just fist
Handful. Just wear a handful of honey.
Yeah.
Just what do you got there in your bag of holding, honey? No, but what's in it, honey? Just
Can you
honey.
imagine a full bag of holding full
Full
of
of honey? It's so sticky.
Wait, hold on.
You could fuck
I-
some shit.
I've heard of bags of holding that have just are covered in glitter, so everything you put in is just covered in glitter.
Imagine turning a bag inside out full of honey and just
Hold on.
I feel like I heard somebody didn't somebody do that with water once?
yeah,
Yeah.
you can literally make a torrent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what
I do have.
There's probably a jar in here. Is there a jar in here?
I mean, there would definitely be a bucket and mugs. I mean, what are you looking for?
I think he's looking for somewhere
Like a
else
clay
to put
jar?
the rest of his honey.
Is
I
there
mean, yeah, you can find an empty jar. That's pretty easy.
Here.
I have a gallon.
Right.
here's
I mean,
here's a gallon-sized clay jar.
I wanted 2 gallons.
Are you shitting me? I'm trying to be helpful, Duke. Who just has jars?
I have this this worn leather case with gold buckles.
I don't know that that's a good idea.
My jar.
The honey would probably keep the inside of the leather tender.
A bag of holding can hold about 7.5 gallons in 1 cubic foot, which means it can hold 478.72 gallons of water.
Everything would just be really sticky.
Can you imagine 400 gallons of honey?
It'd be really sticky.
Well, that's water. Water probably would be able to. I guess honey would be more dense, so it probably would not be as many gallons, but still, like hundreds of gallons.
Well, anyway, I don't have a whole lot for
Sapphire's literally standing in front of these two having this discussion with a clay jar she found on the counter.
Right.
Like, is my jar not good enough for you?
I have this old chimera horn.
It's an empty jar. It has a lid.
Well,
It's only 1 gallon. That would be only enough to fit what I have.
well, I think that's the best you're gonna get, Duke. I don't have anything.
Would you like me to find another jar?
Where are you going to go?
All of the houses around here are abandoned.
We're not going to steal everyone's stuff.
If it's abandoned, is it stealing?
We don't know why they're abandoned.
I raised
Know
the
that
same
it's
question.
permanently abandoned.
Well,
Well, we could. It's a jar. We could give them a new jar.
hear me out. I have potter's tools. I just need clay and a kiln, and I can make you a 2-gallon jug for your honey.
Is this a clay soil? Is this a clay heavy soil?
Maybe it's on a mountain, so probably not a lot.
Well, even if I find the clay, I need to find a nice oven.
Well, it's just an oven in here.
Well, it's a hearth.
Yes.
There's heat from the bottom, not from the top.
Well, then we put it inside the cast iron skillet and flip it over. And it's heat everywhere.
Maybe I know. To be honest, I've never made pottery. I just saw these tools on the shelf one day, and I was like, "Oh, I should have those."
Oh my god.
Are you a hoarder?
No. As I rummage around in my bag of holding, looking for something useful.
I want you to throw one thing in there away.
While they're talking, I go over to Finnick and I'm like,
Prove to me you're not
would
a
you
hoarder.
mind going to get me
Throw
a
one thing away.
small bottle of alcohol?
Okay, I can do that.
What do you need it for?
And a clay pot.
2
Yeah,
gallons.
and I'll pull out a smashed lyre, and I'll just...
Why
Not
did you
garbage.
Know that I'm on the right path.
Why do you
I
have
was
that?
going to have it fixed. It looks very nice.
Does it
I
look
pull out
nice?
2 platinum pieces and I hold them out to him.
Jesus, what fucking alcohol are you trying to get him to buy
He's
you?
just trying to convince a cheapskate to go do something for him. Give me 20 gold as a task rabbit.
We get a jar while you're gone. 2-gallon jar.
I guess that is 20 gold.
Right?
Yeah, 2 platinum is 20 gold, yeah.
I can do that.
So are you doing anything with 2 platinum?
I've got a friend.
Will you also get a jar?
Oh, I wasn't paying any attention.
Yeah, I was.
This is a side conversation.
Side.
Yeah, he stepped out.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I see him hand you money, and I'm like, oh, he's
I
going
did take
to...
the money.
He's going to... Oh, you're just...
No.
I said I've got you, friend,
Okay.
and I like.
Are you going shopping?
As I'm out the door.
Wait, jar! Get a 2-gallon jar!
No.
Please?
Text him.
So
He's
where-
gonna get it.
Where are you
He's gonna get a
heading
jar.
to find said alcohol?
I'm gonna probably go get in a bar fight.
Okay.
How close are we to?
Bar
We went to that
fight?
where bar? That where bar?
Where
bar?
The Ware Bar, yeah.
We're far.
It's
Yeah,
not too
actually-
far away. It's in the moors, so I mean you could just make your way back to the plaza that you guys passed by. I'm assuming that's where you're going.
Yeah.
Okay, so good. So you make your way over there. Are you trying to be stealthy at all?
I will walk at a casual pace.
Okay.
And not really make eye contact with people, but be aware of my surroundings.
Okay, so you make your way. There's not a lot of moonlight tonight.
I'm not taking any notes.
Thank goodness.
But you can still, with your dark vision, you can see it pretty fine.
Yeah.
So you make your way south a little ways and get back to like the main road that takes you to the plaza. And as you do, you pass by people sleeping on the side of the road, guards occasionally, but they don't pay you any mind. And you get back to the plaza, you would see, again, the peddler outside that's yelling to people to come play his game.
It's a dice game, you said?
Yeah. Let me pull it up.
She just wants us to play this
I know.
game.
Matt's, every time we go by, Matt's like, card game.
I'm just telling
Card
you,
game.
this is what's going on.
Yeah.
I mean,
Card game?
it's something you can do.
There's this guy, card game.
Is he shouting out how much it is to play?
Yes. Well, he says it's a Vadra's favor, and it is 25 gold pieces to
Oh,
to
God,
buy.
no.
You enter this deserted mansion, and in the corner there's a man playing cards.
I mean, you tried talking him down. I mean,
Persuasion? No.
This is the
No.
Snoring
No.
Mountain equivalent of renewing your car's extended warranty.
right, like,
Yeah, I'm trying to reach you.
I mean,
Yeah, I will just keep on walking past him into...
sounds good. So, you walk in. It is considerably less vacated. Sorry. More vacated, thank you, yes. Like, there are probably a handful of were creatures in here. There's still a dancer on the stage, like, half-ass dancing. Like, it is a female...
She's half-ass dancing, but her full ass is out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like...
Half-ass, full ass.
Yes, she's half-ass working, but her full ass is out.
Yeah, she's...
But you see behind the bar, let me grab the guy's description.
That'll be fine.
You didn't tell us where you were going.
Dives and dragons and dungeons.
Yeah.
It's an older male tabaxi.
Yeah.
He has a blue and an orange eye. He has long gray fur. He's a little over 6 foot, like athletic build. And he is currently serving a werewolf. Like, looks like just a standard commoner, essentially, but he is werewolfed out with like a cloak on. He's just drinking from a tankard, and he's filling up his beer as you approach.
I would walk up to the bar
Mhm.
and give like a safe distance, a good social distance
6
from
feet? Yeah.
the were creature.
Okay. Sounds good.
And do I see the bartender interacting with that patron?
Like
They're currently talking.
Like they just finished. Like
Okay.
he just finished filling up his drink.
I would take out like from my coin purse like 2 gold
Mhm.
and would just like set them on the table or like kind of rub them so you kind of like
Hear the
you hear the clink or you know the noise just to be like, hey, I'm ready to pay. We're gonna make this quick.
right.
But like not say anything until like the bartender would come over. But I'm kind of luring him away from the were creature, so I'm not. It would be a one-on-one interaction, not
Right.
as much as possible.
So okay. So you rub the 2 coins together and set them down.
Not like a Karen.
Right.
Not like a
Right.
very casual. I want to point that out.
Okay. Sounds good. So you're just trying to get his attention.
Yeah, and I'm ready. I got the money.
Right.
Here's what you got. Do your shit.
So you set it down, and you see his eyes dart from the beer that he just finished serving, and then he looks up and he sees you, and then he looks down at the coin, and he kind of acknowledges that you are here to pay, and he walks over. He kind of waddles, as you can definitely tell he is a little older of a man, like a little bow-legged, and he waddles over and he comes up to you and he says, "What do you want?"
What did you want? Did you want wine or beer?
I just told you to grab liquor. Whatever.
I need a pint of your strongest to go.
Strongest what? You want some ale? You want some wine?
You pick your poison, sir.
Okay, so he walks to the shelf behind him that has various different spouts of alcohol. And he looks back at you and says, "You want to go, right?"
Yes, sir.
Well, I got a tankard for you, and he
Stop.
right, and he grabs the tankard. It's a standard,
Just clay.
yeah, like it's nothing fancy.
That's fine.
But he grabs it and
But is it a collector's cup?
Yeah, is it a limited edition under Felix?
maybe.
He's got a picture of Chatz just on a crucifix etched in there.
I got dranked on the table and under Felix.
Yeah.
So he puts the tankard underneath this large keg, and he starts filling it up. And you can definitely tell. I guess Eric would know. Finnick might not know that it's probably going to have a lot of head. Like, he's not doing a great job of but he's not doing the best job. As it's getting later, and he probably doesn't really care. He's used to people just drinking whatever. So he fills up the rest of the tankard and waddles over and puts it on the counter for you. And he says, "That's way too much. Are you sure you want to pay me 2 gold for this?"
That's fine. It's for a friend in need, and I'm stealing this mug, so I'll pay for that.
I mean, the whole thing would probably be about 2 silver, but that I appreciate it nonetheless. And he puts it out his paw to take the gold, and he obviously hands you the tankard.
One single tear falls from Finnick's cheek.
So he takes the gold, and he...
It's cool. It's Celeste's money, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Sapphire.
Right,
Yeah.
It's a BreezeSong.
He looks at you and says, "Anything else, friend?"
That's all I need, but have a good night.
You too.
Turn around with my head down,
Okay.
and make a strong face beeline for the door.
Okay, sounds good. So you definitely would hear maybe some mumbling or some grunts from some of the other patrons.
Yeah.
But they don't get up and stop you or anything. They don't seem to pay much mind to you as you beeline it out the door.
Yeah.
And as you do, you bump into someone who's coming in who gives you kind of a weird look. This is a were-tiger who is in a guard uniform, and she looks at you and she says, "Well, where are you going with that?"
Oh, just out. Just strolling and
Walk me out.
drinking.
She looks you up and down, and she gives you a look like, "Are you sure about that?"
Very sure.
Well, have a good night. And she just pushes past you and still giving you a "I'm watching you" type of look. But then she eventually sits down and starts to gesture towards the bartender.
And that's as I'm walking out.
Yes, you're walking out. Yep. She definitely is giving you an eye, but she's not she doesn't seem too interested, if that makes sense. She's doing her job, but also she doesn't fucking care at this point because it's pretty late.
She's off duty.
Right.
He would step outside and probably finds this is getting late. It's gotta be 10, 11, right?
Yep, it's pretty late, yep. Step right up.
He would probably walk past that gentleman,
Sure, yeah.
and it's a little bit of a walk.
It's quite a ways, yeah.
I imagine at that point he would because he can change his cloak. He would probably change it as he's walking. It would shift to be a darker color, and imagine would find the shadows and.
You're gonna do what I know you're gonna do?
There's 2 things I'm thinking about doing.
Okay.
What do you?
I have an idea, but what are you thinking?
Do you think I'm going to do that one that doesn't cost anything?
Yes.
Oh, I was thinking about doing the other one.
Really?
Yeah, just for fun.
Okay, sure, why not?
But maybe I'll do the thing that doesn't. So, he would probably, the way I imagine it doing it is he would the bow is like across, he'd probably take it off and just tap it on the ground, and then hurry away.
Okay, sounds good. Oh, are you doing
At will.
password. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So, go ahead and roll me a stealth check if you would like.
It's only like 23.
It's still pretty good.
Yeah.
So are you hurrying or are you going at a normal pace?
Probably a little quicker than as if you walked, but like nothing too crazy. I would imagine you would know
The route.
If you're running through town, that's going to draw more attention.
Right.
But it's probably a more
brisk pace.
Yeah, it's
Right.
a little quicker than before.
Mhm.
Because he's like, oh fuck, I just need to get this back and like finish this. But
Are you hiding the alcohol in any way, like underneath your cloak or anything? Or are you just hanging it out like, hey?
well, I imagine he's just not sloshing it around. But
Right.
like part of me almost wonders if he would be like. It all depends on how what stealth looks like. But in my mind, it would almost just be walking quickly but drunkenly, even though he's sober, but just to look like he's just a drunk man walking through the streets.
Go ahead and roll me
No.
not persuasion. Performance. Yeah, let's see how drunk you seem.
Cease.
He's
not an actor.
No, you're not. Which is fine because most of the people you encounter are asleep
Also drunk.
or drunk. And one of them, so you bump into a couple people that are fairly intoxicated, and
Excuse me, ma'am.
right. It is a man and a woman. They bump into you and you spill a little bit. Are you hiding your tankard or do you have it out?
I would cheers them.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
you cheers at them and they're like, "Hey!"
Yeah.
And they just,
Local sports team.
and they give you a look like, huh? That's not a thing here, but okay.
Well, yeah, it's one of those where you bump into him, you kind of spin around, and then you just back away and still
Right. So
just
you
constantly still moving
right.
away,
Right.
but engaging.
So you bump into them and they cheers to you and they just push right past you.
Yeah.
Even though you probably didn't do a great job of pretending like you're drunk, they don't care.
They're too drunk to notice that you're not
Correct.
that
Yeah.
drunk.
They're exactly way too drunk. So you make your way back pretty stealthily. You do pass by a couple guards, but you're acting drunk and they're not too interested
Don't worry, I
in
got
you.
you.
Right, yeah, sure. Q man. But you managed to make your way back to the abode that you guys previously picked up. What are you guys doing in his absence? You just gonna talk shit?
What if we take some wax from a candle and just wax the inside of a piece of fabric so that it retains the moisture, and then we put your 2 gallons of honey in there?
That's not the right kind of wax for sealing.
I'm just trying to come up with an idea, okay? Do you have a jar?
No, but I do have the right kind of sealing wax.
Well, Duke? Satin honey?
I don't know what he needs the honey for.
I don't either, but I'm invested.
But I am very intrigued where this is going and why we need exactly 2 gallons.
Sack of honey.
Well, 2 gallons would leave room for water.
Oh. Okay.
I'm confused. Why do you need the
So
water?
1 gallon.
So are we just going to stop the campaign here and just start this
We're gonna start our own
here?
brewery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck the tabaxis.
Yeah, you know.
I'm sure we'll find fun about mead and under.
I just figure I have it. I might as well do something.
We'll call it the sticky paw.
Yeah, I like
so honey.
it. HONEY?
Okay, I had it right, but it looks funny.
Oh, did you get it spelled
Pony.
who? With 1 N or pony,
One.
1 U and 2 N's.
Yeah, HUNNY.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think while they're discussing how to properly trap honey, I'm going
Nah,
to...
I'm sitting at a table staring at this cup of honey that it's not alcohol.
This is not what I wanted.
I think I'm just going to go off into a tiny, tiny corner in this tiny, tiny hut.
Okay.
And I'm just going to do a nightly meditation before it's bedtime. So.
Okay. What are you doing while you're meditating? Are you like thinking about anything specific? Or are you just kind of just like calming yourself and?
Yeah, there's a lot I think going through Chatz's head. Just the school they just were at.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing was a surprise, but also it's just as like fresh and painful to see the state of like his home and how his people are treated. And so I think he thinks about that, and I think he thinks about like his role in all this and what this all means, and like where are they supposed to go to next? We found this contact, but like what do we do with him now that we got him? Like, he seems uninterested in our grand quest or unbelieving that we can do anything about his or any of the Tabaxi circumstances. So I think I'm just kind of like, reaching out to, all the Tabaxi souls that exist and all that have ever existed, and I'm just drawing on, the collective beating heart of my people, and I'm just searching for answers that I can't find, and just trying to find some comfort in all this and meditate on a direction to go from here.
See him go into what I know is his meditation, and I walk over, not trying to make too much sound, but I drop the patch of the cat lord that we took off the box uniform in front of him.
So you see this dirty cloth that's dropped in front of you that has a familiar looking symbol on it.
Be best with you.
Yeah. Doesn't maybe hold as much sway as it once did, but it does bring back memories. I'll,
Memories. Cats.
Chatz!
No?
Where are you? Are you praying?
I'm literally right here.
I've never seen the musical Cats.
The most famous song for Cats is Memories.
I remembered something that the homeless people told me.
Okay.
The cat lord is forbidden to be worshipped here.
I assumed so.
Okay. I couldn't remember if we'd figured that out on our own or not. It's just they were, when we gave them the money, they were like, praise the, and then they looked concerned, and then I told them I knew about the cat lord, and then they looked more concerned, like if a guard had heard us mention the cat lord, if heard anybody mention the cat lord, then they would be super fucked.
Right, that makes sense.
Okay. I'm sharing that information with you.
Thank you.
You are now aware of the information.
Thank you.
Commence with your praise. Tell your cat lord to slap you in the face again, though, because that could be helpful for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
I after this brief interruption of receiving a gift and then being berated by news of homeless people, I think I'll take this patch and I'll take a little water from my water skin and pour it on there and like kind of start rubbing it together to try and loosen the dirt and clean it up a little bit. And surprisingly, I don't think I have any soap on me, so it's just a water bath. But is there any soap in this hovel?
You would eventually find some soap, yes.
Okay, I will.
Yes,
I'll borrow some of that.
Thick, like not
thick, probably stinky soap.
Yes, not great. Probably not well maintained. Probably has like hair and like food particles and bugs and stuff in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
it's gross.
Yeah, it's fine. It's soap, so I will use it with a little bit of water and clean up the patch.
Okay, sounds good. You now have a cleaned patch of the cat lord with the nice big claw print on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
On a very tattered old robe. Like, it's not like you remember how distinct that red was on the cloak, and it is very, very faded.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think I'll just reflect on this. Reflect a little bit on the cat lord, but I think more I'm just thinking of, home as it used to be, and just seeing the pompous priests walking around town, and just kind of a small laugh comes to mind, just thinking of how righteous we all thought we were at the time. So, yep.
Okay. Sounds good. So, Chatz is in his corner, contemplating and meditating, while Finnick is off getting his brew. What are the rest of you three doing? Are you still arguing about honey?
I've given up.
I gave you a suggestion. Rowan said he had the appropriate wax.
For sealing jars of food, I guess honey would work.
It's really not that big a deal. I can make more.
Okay, great. And I hand back the tankard of honey. There's your honey back. Thank you.
What was that all about? The honey in the jar? I'm confused. Usually you just eat mayo out of that thing.
Did you not pay attention to any of that? You normally do that sort of thing.
Not Sapphire.
That's Sapphire.
Rowan wanted alcohol. You gave him honey. He can't make... I mean, the brewing process for mead is like a really long time.
Like months.
We're in the middle of
A week.
a rebellion.
I mean, maybe in the perfect conditions of a week, but...
No, you can literally do it in your house in a week.
Oh. I thought it was much longer.
I mean, if you want to make wine, that thing makes wine. If you want mead, we can go get the proper ingredients tomorrow morning. I didn't fancy it for
It
an
was deeper than
alcoholic.
that. It's
Oh.
Let's move on from the honey.
Wait. Were you trying to make a joke, Duke?
no.
I think he was trying to make a joke.
I don't know.
I
That's
just
a
sit at
joke.
the table, break out my pipe, and start cleaning it with my knife.
Supposedly, traditional mead takes 8 months or more, but you can make mead in 3 to 6 weeks.
You can definitely do it in a week. I've done the research.
I just googled it. Anyway.
It after the initial, if you want to flavor it, it will take longer.
Okay. Anyway.
Anyway.
So, you're smoking your pipe, you're meditating, you're no longer arguing about honey?
Well, I don't know what she's arguing about.
Oh.
I'm confused as to this whole process.
Now I'm further questioning how humor works in the rest of these lands.
Rosemary will interject and say, I think he was making a joke.
That's what I said.
See,
That's it.
I don't-
I thought
I
he was
don't-
making a joke. Dude, we
I
can
don't
really
understand your humor or
That
how
really
any of
wasn't
that is
funny.
funny.
I don't understand your humor. Why you thought that was funny?
You're the one that thinks it's a joke.
You clearly were trying to make a joke.
How is that clearly a joke?
It's
I don't
clearly-
understand what's going on here.
It's clearly a joke, and it's very insensitive. Rowan used to be an alcoholic.
That's the point.
That's the joke that you were
You're
making.
currently an alcoholic? Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic? It's
Right.
always a state of...
You know what? Let's not argue. We're family.
It's very noisy in here.
So, as you guys continue your conversation, Finnick comes back, Are you knocking or are you just walking in?
That's my house. I'll walk in.
So you guys hear the door swing open.
My alarm
quietly.
doesn't go off. My alarm doesn't go off. I'm content.
Right. Yes. The door quietly swings open, and you see Finnick standing there. Are you? You're not hiding the tanker, so you just have your tankard out, and you walk in. And you probably lost a little bit of the alcohol, but for the most part, it's intact. Yeah. Most of the head is gone.
Yeah.
But you have your tankard of alcohol. It smells like a strong ale. He didn't give you a name or anything, but he gave you a strong ale.
Yeah. He would walk over to Rowan and just hand it over.
You just shove it in his face.
Here's what you wanted. Hope it works.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I set it on the table and I look around and I say, well, you should all rest up. Sure, we'll be busy tomorrow.
I got second watch.
I will take third.
Finnick, are you taking watch with me?
I'll watch with you.
Okay. Third. Fourth. Okay. Sounds good. So, first watch. Everyone goes to sleep, I'm assuming? No, stand up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What are you doing with your tankard of ale?
I sit there and I look at it and I reflect upon my 3 days in jail and how basically after the first day I started to get sweats and withdrawals, and the second day I started to get shakes because I did not have any alcohol, and it was a really, really, really rough withdrawal. And by the third day, I just kind of thinking over this all within the hours of my watch, and like during those times, I think back and I start to reach for the tankard a couple times, but then I withdraw my grasp and I just kind of start to think about the third day when when the mayor finally showed himself and helped me purge that need and taught me how to purge those negative emotions in others. And I go over to one of the windows and I dump the cup out before the end of my watch.
Okay, sounds good.
A lot of effort for
what? Before the end of my watch, I go over and sneak the 2 platinum into Finnick's pouch.
Okay, sounds
I
good.
should probably take that money out.
The 2 gold.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't do that.
But then you just got 2 platinum, so.
Yeah.
Just add 18 gold.
I'll just do platinum, then I have platinum.
Yeah, he wants that platinum.
He wants that
He
platinum.
wants them platties.
And then I will go and wake Sapphire up first.
Okay, sounds good. So you finish putting the coin in his pouch, and you're very sneaky, so I highly doubt he would hear you, being asleep and all. But you wake up wake up Sapphire, sorry. How do you wake her up? Are you like shaking her awake? Or are you just like smacking her?
No, I just shake her shoulder.
Okay, sounds good. So
What?
It's time for your watch.
No.
Fine then. And I just go over to where my bedroll is and lay down.
Okay, sounds good.
She wanna die, sure.
I go wake Finnick up because he was going to take the watch with me.
I leave the tankard like where I had set it.
But empty. Okay, sounds good. So, she shakes you awake. Do you wake up with her?
Yeah, I would stretch and...
Okay, sounds good.
Good morning. Well, it's not morning. I've only been asleep for
like 2 hours, yeah.
Right, yeah. So you wake up, and it's getting pretty late out. Like, the moon is out, but it's not super bright, so you don't get a lot of natural light coming in. But
when the moon hits your eyes.
yes, it's a big pizza pie.
Yes.
But are you guys doing anything during your watch?
So we're both kind of like newer to this group and have literally no ties on what's going on here.
Other people.
Right. What do you think about this place? These people? What's going on here?
Like, the people of Under Felix?
just this whole situation.
I don't know. You can. The tension here is weird. You can definitely tell these people are oppressed and they need help. I don't know if we are the ones to help them.
I'm worried that Duke and Chatz are hoping that we're going to get all of these supporters and this big rebellion, but these people are so afraid. And I don't know if they're going to help. We're going to get any more help than we already have. It's going to be.
Well, you heard Brahm. Their hideout was just discovered. He thinks there's about 30 people.
I mean,
30 Tabaxi?
It seems very unorganized. This whole situation seems unorganized. I mean, Silith was organized. She had her people, and she had quite a few people, but this one group, and they're in a different town, and there's so many more generals. I'm just concerned that we're writing off more than we can chew.
Well, do you get the feeling we're being used? I feel like Silas promised the world, and we delivered her a big present, and we literally got a name.
I don't feel like
badges.
I don't feel like we're being used. I feel like we're not being given the whole picture at any point in time. That's what I feel like.
I could see that.
We're not getting any information. We haven't gotten any information the entire time we've been here. In the entire time we've been in this area.
Do you think we're not trusted, or they just want us to do all the work for them?
I think that if it wasn't for Chatz, then I wouldn't be here. Because this is a lot bigger than we thought it was. I mean, this oppression goes back decades. Centuries. You can't just convince people who've been oppressed for that long to just uprise and fight at a moment's notice. Not when their whole history has been stripped from them.
Exactly. I would be lying if I said that I started this journey for any other reasons besides money. I wanted to help Rowan. He's become my friend. I've met some people I enjoy. At this point, I've hurt some people. I need to make that amends, but I don't know if we can... If we can save this mountain. I don't know if we were...
I'm still under the impression that we can't do it on our own. I mean, there are hundreds of were creatures here. And not all of them are fighters. Some of them are just regular citizens, but there are a lot of them that are fighters, that are guards, that are stronger than we are in a big group, and they're familiar with this area. We're not.
We are definitely at a disadvantage.
Yeah. And I mean, I had Rosemary message my sister for aid, but who knows if she'll be able to come or what kind of aid she can give us. I mean, I haven't seen her in 2 years.
I'm sure she's strong like you and will be an able fighter, but one fighter in our party against hundreds against us, I just...
Well,
this is a lost cause.
I don't know much about Chatz and Duke, and I know that they've been stuck in hell, basically, for a long time, but I mean, it makes me think about the paladins that we met at that wedding that you and Rowan interrupted so rudely. You met them, right?
I believe so. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
They can help us, maybe? I don't know. I just think that to do this, we're going to need more outside help. I that's what I honestly think. I don't know how far we're going to get on our own and on this mountain with as many things as there are. That's been a concern of mine for a while.
I think the elders, the Duke and Chatz, think that we can do it on our own, and I don't think we can. We're slowly gathering information, but
I think that they're too afraid to trust other people for help because of what they went through in Barovia.
understandable.
I mean,
Can
there was no one
understand
to
that.
call for aid in Barovia, I imagine, besides their own party, but we're not stuck in some sinister hellscape here. I mean, we kind of are.
Yeah.
But there are people on the outside that could potentially help us. If we ask for it, maybe?
Yeah.
And I'm worried that this mountain could move at any time. Because it does that, I guess.
Yes, I was under the impression that if we had just getting Chatz here would
Start
cause
something.
this chain of events, and
Right, the way that Rowan led us to believe when he found us was that there was, like, what I thought was, like, there was this rebellion brewing that just needed a figurehead to set it off, like a fire or something.
a
That's not-
catalyst, you would say?
Yes! But that's not what's happening.
No, I fear for Chatz's life. I know he's the key to this.
There's no fight in any of these people. There's barely fight in the people that are in the rebellion.
Yeah, they
I mean, like, when I was where I was before, the same things were happening, you know, oppression by a king and there was some underground rebellions, but it was a real rebellion. There were real groups of people that were doing raids, that were saving people, that were ready to overthrow a king at any moment's notice.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't exist here.
no,
So they're terrified.
they are.
And they're unorganized because they're not allowed to talk to each other.
I know if we could convince them, I think we have the numbers. I just don't know if we have the strong numbers. And I don't know what we can do to convince them. And I don't really know who we're against. I thought Kudak was second or third in command, but it sounds like he was just an underling and he was powerful.
Like I said, I just don't feel like we've been given any information. It's to a point, either they're so ignorant of what's going on in their own mountain, or they're purposely not telling us. Because obviously Kudak isn't the only general. We know that there's another leader, but how many other generals are there? 3? 10? I mean, one or two, picking up 1 or 2 people, maybe we'll go unnoticed, but if we have to go after 10 different generals, then we're going to get figured out before we get to the top.
Surprise is our...
Yeah.
But I don't know where to gather this information.
Yeah,
Everyone is very hush-hush and doesn't trust us, and I can understand that. We are strangers to this mountain.
And it's like...
But we are here to help.
You know, we thought when we'd come here, we would have chats and they would see him and they'd be like, oh, it's our savior, let's do what we can. But they laugh at him and think that he's lying to them about who he is.
Yes.
And they don't believe him.
We don't know how to prove to him who he truly is.
I don't know either.
And I don't know. I don't trust Silith. I don't feel like she's giving us all the information. I don't feel like...
she's a rebel against, but she's also a thief. So...
they say there's honor among thieves, but...
Yeah, but we're not thieves. You can't 100% trust anyone we're working with, right? That's the whole thing.
I trust few people in our own party.
Yeah, same.
But I am...
Yeah, Duke tried to make a joke today and it was very insensitive.
That's on brand for Duke.
Yeah, I know.
What was the joke? At least he's trying.
I think he was joking at Rowan's expense on his alcoholism.
Oh.
Or his past alcoholism.
I mean...
Or his current alcoholism.
The mug is empty.
We're going to have another intervention.
I'll get the banner. I do. He has made changes in the few weeks, and I'm proud of my friend, but just hope he has some fight left in him, and we can focus on what's ahead.
Finnick, this is really starting to feel like a battle that we're not going to win. Do you get that feeling? Because I do.
Every day. Every day is a battle. Just trying to get information, trying to understand what's going on, trying to figure out what we need to do.
I don't want to die in this mountain, Finnick. And I don't want Duke to throw me in his weird dimensional hole with my mother's body. I'm starting to think he's collecting BreezeSong. It's really creepy.
It is bizarre.
How bizarre.
And it's very weird that he's always so willing to show you her body. But...
Hey, you want to look at your mother's corpse today?
Yeah. I don't know if he's trying to inspire you. I don't understand, but...
He won't admit it, but I think he had a crush on my mother. And I think that's why he and Chatz had that little... Remember that? Were you there for that? They got into a fight.
I don't know if I was.
I think you were. They got into a fight. That was when Chatz was cursed. But he was screaming all kinds of things at Duke, and then he shimmied up a tree. I think you shot him.
Yeah. Oh, I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember that. They have a bizarre relationship there.
Look,
that Eskimo brother thing, I don't understand.
Yeah, right, yeah. They've been through some shit. Who knows? They might have cuddled naked for all we know. To survive. It was for survival, always.
Curiosity killed the cat, they say.
Look, if this whole thing goes to shit, can we leave?
We've talked about it before. There is no allegiance to these people. I've done what I thought I'd do. I would like to help Rowan, but there comes a point where
I like these guys, but my allegiance is still to my family, those that are still alive. So
you could find your sister.
I really want to find my sister.
Be nice to know she's safe.
And my brother, because he could be in jail. Who knows?
Sounds like he can take care of himself, though.
He's only like 16, so...
Well, if he's like any BreezeSong I know, he's strong-willed and he will survive. But...
Yeah.
It's like a little clap. Like it's gone.
But I don't know when that moment is when we do. When do you know to leave? I don't want to abandon this cause, but
how about we say if Chatz dies? There's not much of a rebellion without him, is there?
Well, there's always going to be a rebellion. I just was hoping he'd be the juice they needed to...
I mean, he is, but they don't believe him. We need to figure out a way to make them believe him. It's kind of hard to convince somebody that you're over 200 years old.
He does have great fur and skin. He looks amazing.
Unless you naturally live, like I could live to be 200 years old. But that's
part of your race.
Yeah, that's kind of a natural... I don't think any BreezeSong's going to make it past 50, but...
That's not race, that's a personality.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or addictions. From what I heard about your mother. I heard she was pickled. From the inside.
She was not a good mother.
That doesn't make her a bad mother. It just makes her...
You know, don't try to defend her.
I'm not defending her, I'm just stating a fact.
Well...
I mean, she raised you.
No, she didn't.
Oh, Father Isaac did. Father Isaac's a good mother. Never mind.
Father Isaac is the best mother. We should have just stayed there, honestly.
I did.
It's pretty chill there. There's a hot spring, you know. With a goat for milk. You know?
Make some good soap with that.
You get past the fact that you never see anyone else besides the people that live there. It was a nice place to live.
It's very similar to my upbringing. I lived with my parents. Didn't see many people unless we ventured into town.
Huh.
Very idyllic.
We didn't go into town. We used to live by a town once. And then some things happened.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I lived far away, and then things happened, and we moved.
Same. Well, I think that's our watch.
Yeah, did we see anything?
You were way too focused talking to each other.
It's clear.
But
It's clear.
from your passives, you didn't hear or see anything.
I think we both have pretty high
Oh,
power.
we have pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have like.
Did anyone say that they'd take third?
Chatz.
I don't know.
Chatz.
Oh, my passive perception?
Yeah.
That's pretty low. Everything else is decent.
Okay, I will go and wake Chatz up by tickling his nose with a feather.
And putting whipped cream on honey on the rest of them.
Yes.
Are you pouring honey on him?
Do we have, is there leftover
I
honey?
put a little bit of honey on his
I'm
paw,
assuming so.
Yeah.
and then I tickle his nose with a feather.
What is this?
Future mead.
Just a smack your face with the... You didn't do it right! Go to sleep!
You could also say it's pre-mead. Not pre-mead.
See, that's how you make a joke.
You know,
Duke does not understand jokes.
the Dragonborn, it just doesn't translate in Draconic.
Maybe we should
I could
get...
say it in Draconic, does it translate? And then I would say, because I know Draconic as
Right.
well, does it translate?
No.
Yeah, see, it's-
no, I
it's
don't get it.
just not a funny
Everything is
language.
just really dull and boring in Draconic. I get Duke now. Oh, by the way, it's your watch.
Thank you.
There's-
I assumed I wouldn't be woken for anything else.
Did you think that Duke's joke earlier was funny?
I don't understand half of what he says.
But you've been with him for like 200 years.
Yes, that's because I'm a good friend.
That's fair.
Why don't you two get some sleep?
When you wake Duke up for his watch, put a little honey in his paw and then tickle his nose with the feather.
I'll
Make him-
consider it,
make a
but
joke.
I do think he has shell shock.
I don't think I know what that means. I'm just gonna go bed now.
Okay, sounds good. So, are you doing anything on your watch?
Yeah, I think I'll pull out the sword for a little bit. I don't think anything different than what I may have tackled in my meditation earlier, but from a different perspective.
Are you talking to the sword, or are you just taking it out?
Yeah. I say, hello, Marita.
Hi, Chatz. It's good to talk to you. What's on your mind?
Oh, so many things. I feel still lost. We were backing out of Felix.
Oh, that must be strange. How much has changed?
Everything.
For the good or for the bad?
Well, my first reaction is to say for the bad, but I mean, everything's still standing, more or less. The castle still is high on the cliffside, and there's still the school, though it's very different curriculum than when you and I attended. Seems a little less kept than when our family watched over this town, but it's here. It's the bones of something. Now I don't know what to do with it. I have a rebellion the size of a small birthday party, and I don't really have any clues as to what to do from here. I know I should look for these generals and take them out, but how? Kudath nearly killed us. And he infected half of us with lycanthropy. I don't know, it just seems very futile.
I know it seems like everything is dark right now, but everything will, I'm sure, come out on top. It's always darkest before the light, you know.
Indeed.
Perhaps you need to rally some of the troops, you might say. Did you tell them about your history of who you are and how important you are?
I told some people down in Shaggy Paw. They laughed and didn't believe me. I haven't told anyone here. I've been going by an alias. I just don't know who to trust and when it's safe to expose myself. Should I just take a leap of faith?
Perhaps that's all you can do. Keeping yourself hidden and protected can only get you so far. If you need radical change, perhaps you need to take a leap and see how Under Felix takes your stand. Perhaps we have allies that we don't even know of.
You're always very wise.
I mean, I don't have a lot of information, but I can do my best to guide you with the little knowledge I have.
Thank you, dear.
Of course. I love you.
I love you too. So, the moon is out, the partial moon.
Yep, it's covered by some clouds, but it's got, there is some moonlight.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm going to do one little experiment, and it's going to be, I'm going to stick my paw up towards the window.
Mm-hmm.
In the moonlight, and I want to try and will myself to change.
Oh, you're going to try and transform?
Yeah, I think I'm going to try and make it more like a wolf paw.
Okay.
And just concentrate on trying to control it.
Okay, so you stick your hand out in the moonlight,
mm-hmm.
and you kind of just stare at it and just it doesn't immediately do anything.
Mm-hmm.
You're not quite sure why.
Mm-hmm.
As far as you know, you just need to be in the moonlight and it should happen. But you don't see any immediate change to your physicality.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. I'm going to try one other experiment.
Okay.
Same thing. Knowing I have lycanthropy and knowing that is inherently something that involves change.
Mm-hmm.
And reflecting on how much I have changed, that every time I've accepted some new aspect of myself, my whole appearance has changed.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try and focus on changing my paw. But this time I want to change it back to my orange fur.
Okay.
The tabby fur that I originally had. Knowing that this time it's not so much just hubris, just can I change for the sake of change, but I'm going to focus instead on these people. If they are going to believe me, they need a sign.
Mm-hmm.
They need to be able to see that there is something here that defies explanation, that there is a glimmer of hope.
So, are you doing this in the moonlight as well? Or are you just...
Yeah, I'm trying to, like, use it as a catalyst and, and like, try and affect change.
Okay. So, you look at your paw underneath the moonlight and you're really trying to focus to try and change the color. Are you, like... What, are you doing anything specific to try and change the color? Are you trying to, like, call out to the cat lord? Or are you trying to just, like, will it into existence with magic that you don't have? How are you trying to?
I'm definitely, like, semi-meditative, like, digging deep and, like, trying to summon... the spirit of all tabaxi, and I'm going to maybe begrudgingly I call out to the cat lord as well in my thoughts and say, your people need a sign, and if that's who I'm meant to be, if that's what I'm meant to be, I accept it. But I need to show them. I need to show them that sign is here and it is ready and waiting for them to rise.
Go ahead and roll me. Roll me like a divine intervention. But you obviously don't have that spell.
Yeah.
The D10 and D100.
See this? These are my Tobin dice, so I'm making sure I know what they look like. Okay. Okay. That's 54.
Okay. So you reach out to the cat lord. With this prayer, and you don't feel a presence acknowledge your prayer, but you do see around your toe beans, like just ever so slightly, there's like a small little ring around your paw that starts to change from that dark black to a bright orange.
Okay. Yeah.
So you can see that you are causing some change in your physicality, but it's not like your entire paw just changes color. Right. You're working towards something, but it's not quite there yet.
I say, okay. Did not expect that to happen. Okay.
You now need to say 20 Hail Marys.
I send the sun.
I think, I'll just be like, okay. I think Chatz didn't expect anything to happen, and here we are, and so, So I think he'll just spend the rest of his watch just kind of staring out the window, contemplating, casually looking around, just seeing if there's anything noteworthy.
I appreciate how we all have these in-depth moments on our watches and do little to no watching.
Right. Yes, that's accurate. Thankfully.
Meanwhile, it's Duke's turn and he just stares angrily out the window.
Try me, fuckers.
So, you seem to be pretty preoccupied, and you passively notice that there isn't anyone outside.
Okay.
As far as you can tell. But the end of your watch comes, are you waking up Duke?
Of course.
Okay. Are you doing anything special to wake him up, or are you just shaking him once?
I just kind of nudge him awake at a distance, just in case he has any bad dreams. He is a dragonborn after all. Don't know if he's gonna throw scales.
Elbow you in the face.
Right.
Yeah.
So you feel a nudge coming from your side as you slowly wake up and you see Chatz.
Wakey, wakey.
Oh, good.
Alright. Gonna take a little cat nap. See you in a few hours.
Sounds grand.
Are you doing anything on your watch, or you're just keeping watch?
That's him staring intently out the window.
Yeah.
My friends did a great job keeping watch. They kept me safe all night, I can tell.
No, during the watch I am going to, but towards the end of it,
As it starts to get morning, it's probably like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
I'm gonna leave the building. The
What?
house.
Okay, where are you going?
I'm gonna just try and see if I can get like behind these houses or maybe into one of the others next to it.
Sure. I mean, you can probably do either if you would like. There would be small alleyways between all of the houses, but depending on which area you want to go, what do you want to do? Do you want to just go behind the house?
I'm trying to, whichever way, I'm just trying to get as much privacy as possible.
Okay. I mean,
So
behind the house is probably pretty quiet. You don't see anyone in the immediate vicinity. It is starting to get daylight, so I mean, you don't have the cover of night necessarily.
Right. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna try and get into one of the other houses.
Okay, sounds good. So you walk up to a nearby house. This one, it definitely looks a lot more. I don't want to say ransacked. Like the people who were here previously left in a hurry, and may or may not have left of their own volition.
Okay.
Like perhaps drag marks on the floor. Like the door's wide open. Like I should say it's closed, but it's not locked. It's not like flapping in the wind or anything. But like it is ajar.
But I didn't have to like break in.
Correct. Like
Okay, cool.
this is definitely a lot more like obviously there's something that happened here compared to the previous house you guys were in.
Okay. Yeah. So when I get inside, I'm gonna just like any windows, I'll make sure that they're covered.
Sounds good. Okay.
And then I am going to contact my associate.
Okay, sounds good. So you use your axe to summon a portal, and you open this portal on the wall, I'm assuming, and it's circular and it glows and it's very familiar to you. And as soon as you open it, you see your compatriot. He seems to be with his back towards the portal. He seems to be doing something on the other side of the room. And as soon as he hears the pop come in, he looks around and says, "Oh, what can I do for you? I haven't talked to you in a while."
We have much to discuss. And I suspect you probably want to go to break.
Yes.
Something just popped in my head, so I will talk with you about this over that.
Okay, sounds good. We will take our break.
Okay.
Thanks for tuning in to Campaigns of the Plains channel. Catch new material every Friday on YouTube and make sure to follow us on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Now, on with the show.
And welcome back from our break. So we will pick it up with Duke talking to Phelan in an abandoned house.
Oh, yeah.
So you opened a portal and Phelan turned around and he addressed you. What can I do for you?
Well, we've been on this, I don't know, crusade? I'm not sure what to call it anymore. For some time, and I'm at a bit of a crossroads. I was genuinely hoping that we might be able to convince these people of some way to actually rise and fight against their oppressors, but with the information that I've gained as of late, really paints a different picture. They've been ingrained for centuries at this point, and I fear these people no longer know where they come from or have any idea of where they can go. I don't know that they can do this on their own with the help of what we have here.
What did you have in mind? I mean, I have a couple tricks I could potentially, or I could call in a couple favors.
Well, I think we might need to start rolling out what we've gathered, amassed so far for the coalition. This would be a great test for those that are already joined.
Give them a little experience in the field. See how well see how well they stand up against this.
Yes, I think this would be an excellent test. I know we number fair against the were creatures that are running this mountain, but they are good fighters. They're fierce warriors, and I think it would be a great test. So, I think I'm going to have to go and gather them and bring them back.
Did you want me to send a associate to watch over your friends while you're gone?
Yes, I would like you to send the best agent you've got.
I will contact anyone who's available and see who is in the nearby vicinity or can pop over. Perhaps. Give me a couple, just 1 second, and he closes the portal quick, and then literally instantaneously he opens it. It's like, sorry that took me so long. I found the perfect one for you. But did you want to come with me?
Yes.
And he reaches out his hand through the portal and gestures for you to take his hand.
I grab his hand and step through.
Okay, so the portal behind you closes, and Duke is somewhere in a different dimension.
I'm so glad Duke is doing such a good job watching over our sleeping bodies.
Right. So
y'all are waking up in like minutes.
yes. So after this conversation, and Duke steps through the portal, you guys all groggily wake up, and you see the sun streaming in through the blinds that are slightly ajar. The door is closed. Your alarm is still in effect for a little bit longer, but you do not see Duke anywhere.
Maybe he had to pee.
Perhaps it happens.
Everybody pees.
Yes.
That's impossible.
Okay, do I see any signs of where a giant dragonborn might have went?
I mean, in the nearby vicinity, you probably would see his footprints, like, in the building, near the door, just passively. Like, oh, there are some footprints there. Some new...
I guess I would maybe open the door wide enough, just kind of poke my head out and, like, look and see if I can see if there's any tracks leading away from the building.
Okay, yep, so you peek your head out, and you don't see anybody out in this little cul-de-sac area, but you do see some footprints that head to a nearby house that are webbed, large feet.
He's looking for a jar.
Okay. I'll change my armor to be kind of like a peasant's clothes, and then I'm gonna follow those tracks.
Okay, so you walk over to a nearby home. That the door is ajar, but you don't see anyone in it. You do see the footprints that lead directly to this home, and then it looks like they walked into a wall.
Huh. That's a little bizarre, but...
How bizarre.
I've seen weirder. I think, I'll go back to the group, and I will tell them, I think he walked through a wall.
I know his magic was getting really weird, but do you think he'd be okay if he got stuck inside a wall?
Well...
Maybe he just did what I did do. I can walk through walls.
You can walk through dimensions.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Well,
Yeah.
he has a friend.
That's a first.
And...
Is this...
That's rude.
The person you were just calling a friend.
Hey. I can say things that are funny.
He has a friend who makes these portals where we stowed her mother. And...
What do you think he's doing to my mother?
Well, nothing. I'm sure it's innocent. But,
He has a thing about honey lately. I'm sure he's pouring her with honey. I don't know how to do the honey thing.
But
You're gonna let him do that to my mother?
I can't do shit. I don't have access to his
Hole?
weird friend's hole.
Oh, God. That is a great quote.
Wait. New title. I don't have access to his hole.
To his weird friend's hole.
To his weird friend's hole.
Why you gotta be weird?
Anyway, he just walked into another building and then his footprints disappear. So I assume either his magic happened or his weird friend's hole happened. So
I'll show you a weird friend's hole.
I don't know what we should do. If we should wait in this area for him or if we should continue on our day.
I point towards the small pot of stew I was making with the... I made some like... what are they called? Like shovel biscuits? You know what I mean?
Right.
And I've got the cup of honey that he left behind.
Breakfast it is.
Look, I know Chatz to you, but Duke is kind of the planner of the group. You know, he's the one who has the good ideas, the militaristic, this is what we should do ideas. Without him here to tell us what to do next, it's chaos. It's gonna be chaos. So we should wait for him to come back.
Thrive in chaos?
Yes. But the rest of you don't.
I just beat back a zombie army. And beat down, like, the king of werewolves.
Yeah.
I think he's more of just a prince.
But that was our intention.
I think he's trying to say that Duke was not there for most of that fight until I turned into a werewolf.
Duke was there for the Kuneth fight.
He was, but not for the zombie fight. That seemed to work out well.
I think I glanced some knowledge off of him, I'd like to think. I mean, I led the villagers to the gate and fixed it.
Yeah, sure.
We're not in incapable hands.
Whose hands are we in? Duke's kind of the leader.
Well, right now.
I haven't been with this group for very long, but Duke seems like
it was Chatz.
What? Are you kidding me? Chat's been cursed 3 times since I met him. No offense. Again,
Offense
Chat.
taken.
are chatsed. Or wait, cursed. I just been chats. They've been chats.
Cursed.
You know what? I'm sure that he just wanted some privacy to go take a shit. Let's just eat breakfast. He'll be back soon.
Yes.
Okay, so as you guys are eating breakfast, you do hear and see a very familiarly clothed individual leave the house that you guys previously found Brahmin. And he definitely looks like... I don't want to use this word, because it's bad. I'm just going to say a traveler from the...
He looks foreign.
Yes, he looks foreign. Yes, where, but it's fine. Where he has a bunch of shawls, covering himself, being very mysterious about his identity, essentially.
Is he just leaving to go somewhere?
No, he's heading over to.
Or is he looking for us?
Foreign is not worse.
I think so. You implied that there's word, I don't know.
Anyway,
Is he coming in our direction?
he is walking directly towards the building that you guys are staying in.
Okay. I get down another plate and dust it off with my arm.
I pop my head out the door in case he doesn't know which hut we're in.
Oh, God.
He's walking directly towards the hut.
Can you see what hut we went into? We went to sleep after we left.
I'm sure he has spies to tell him where we are.
I shut the door.
Or he looked at the one house that has smoke coming out of the chimney.
It's probably true. That's Rosemary being condescending, I bet.
Yes.
Shut up, Rosemary. You don't know.
Are you sure I don't know?
You don't know, Rosemary.
Okay, that's fair. Well, let's hear what he has to say. And he
Slut.
Hey, did you send a message to Duke?
No. I mean, maybe. What do you want me to tell him?
Well, he's been shitting for a really long time. Also, I'm wondering if he's stuck in a wall.
You think he ate all that honey and then got sick?
That weird probably finds you out.
Probably.
Duke's
Or
just
losing
destroying
Sugar's
some
sticky.
fucking alleyway with
It's all
it.
sugar, man. Once it breaks down, it's just water.
Oh.
Okay, I can send him a message.
They
What would
just
you like me to tell him other than where is he?
I don't know. I didn't think this through. Chatz?
He's the one that said, "You good?" Just a waste of a spell slot.
You want to know what you want to say to him?
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
Say, where did you go?
Where did you
We are
My
eating
lovely.
breakfast. Will you be back soon?
How's your tummy after eating all the honey?
pick up some butter.
Get a jar.
For the fruits or the honey?
Yes.
Where are you? Are you okay? When will you be back? Get a jar.
Rowan made breakfast.
Rowan made breakfast.
That's
Give,
one word.
give 3 more what letters, right?
No, 3 more words.
You're beautiful.
Oh, now you're trying to just soften him up, huh?
Friends.
Always?
Thunder waves.
Rosemary rolls her eyes and casts the spell, and she hears back.
I know she's your cousin.
Really? I mean, she's a glorified telegram service at this point. She thinks for a second, and then she hears back. Huh. He says he's gonna be gone for something for a while. He's gonna bring help, I guess.
But how long is a while? Like mid-afternoon? 2 or 3 days? We're stuck on a mountain in forbidden territory. What the fuck are we supposed to do?
Not panic.
He said find information for when he comes back. That's all I got. He wasn't super descriptive. He seemed very vague and wasn't...
He knows that there's no hope in us winning this damn fight, and he's left. And he's left and he hasn't taken us with him. That's what's happened.
I think Duke's the last one to leave.
No, he
Like,
fucking left!
I mean, it sounds like he's getting help, so maybe he has some friends that can help us?
He has a vested interest in saving this mountain, so I think we should count on him coming back.
He's not back in 2 weeks. I'm leaving too.
Okay, well, let's see what hell we can raise in 2 weeks then.
And with that, you hear a knock at the door. Hello?
come in, Braun.
Fucking wrong.
Who's wrong? And he pushes the door open. I don't know what this Braun is.
Did you eat breakfast?
No.
I'm sorry.
I opened the door. Did someone open the door?
He opened the door.
Oh, okay.
Should the alarm go off?
No, the alarm has since dissipated. It lasts for 8 hours.
Okay.
Shitty alarm.
Have a seat on our dirt floor.
Ma'am.
Ma'am.
I will sit on the bed.
But you
Okay.
can't sit on the bed. Daisy's on the bed. Not Daisy. Lily's on the bed.
I can sit next to the cat.
No, that's Lily's spot. She's like, doing that cat thing where she's like doing this across the
I
whole
own
bed.
this whole thing.
Well, I will sit on the bed
Okay,
next
I'm
to
warning you.
the cat.
She's very territorial.
And she wanders over and gets a bowl and sits next to the cat. And I'm sure Lily, scowls at her, but she doesn't,
She does that, resting bitch face look
Right.
at her.
Right.
And then, rolls over, looks the other way. Puts her butt.
Right.
The thing where cats are like, look at my butt, fuck you.
Right. So, in between bites of this delicious stew, breakfast stew, Brahm says, "So, you wanted to know more about what's going on around town?
Hell yeah.
Well, the big contenders are Jolith, Goldspell."
Wait, these are important things for me to write down. Let me write down my bullshit first.
Okay.
At least you got
Wait. I gotta write down my bullshit.
Yeah.
Joleth Goldspell.
Which you guys would remember seeing the plaque when you were in the school. She is the headmistress.
Targets.
Well, should I kill her when
He
you're there?
wouldn't have remembered anything.
So no, I'm
He's
talking about
not
Chatz.
here. Okay.
I'm talking specifically of Chatz.
She's the what?
She is the headmistress of the school, of the Cat's Cradle, specifically.
You gotta do the mic drop because I'm not there.
Okay.
Yeah, Jolith, she's a badass bitch. She'll fucking kill anybody.
Badass bitch.
She is a spell user, probably a wizard. She seems very well educated from what I know. She likes to stroll about town in long, dark green robes. She is a tall individual. She'll probably be seen with several escorts of guards around her, as well as Bertram, the head of the guard army, whatever you want to call it.
To use boss.
What kind of were creature is Joleth?
She's a were tiger.
You saw her last night.
Very as I could.
And what about Bertram?
Bertram is a were-boar. He is very short in comparison to her.
She's just angry. He's small, that's all.
Yeah. He's usually accompanied by his 2 hellhounds.
He's got hellhounds? Oh, hell no.
He had to do some shit, I'm sure, to get such powerful creatures as his companions, but he manages to wrangle them. They like to bite people, as you can imagine, and he loves it. But he also can be found about town. If you look in the that location, I gotta grab that from here. The Dragon's Ward. It's heavily been taken over by the military. And that is where Bertram usually is found. And as you can probably imagine, Joleth she obviously has a office in the school, the Cat's Cradle. So she probably peruses around the Scholar's Burrow. Those are our current targets, but as you can probably imagine, they are not easy to usurp, as they're usually either well guarded or have some sort of magical divination or something and just know not where to be or something. They're both pretty crafty.
So our attack in the middle of a zombie apocalypse kind of scenario isn't going to work on them, huh?
Probably not. I'll have to think of some other way. Of course.
We could find out where they live and sneak into their house.
Yes, that's one idea. We'll have to be careful with Joleth. Her office was guarded with some heavy magic that I wasn't able to break through, so we'll need to...
You've been to her office?
I always forget myself. We've been doing a little investigation ourselves.
Interesting little kitty.
You're a kitty too.
Thank you, I know that.
It's term of endearment.
So,
he's perfect.
Besides their obvious dirty dealings, Joleth being a arbiter of pain and punishment and brainwashing of the tabaxi, and Bertram being the one that enforces her rule, do these targets have any other important, purposes on this mountain?
Well, as you already know, Joleth makes sure all of the were creatures, the tabaxi are seen after as they grow up. And Bertrand is he has a lot of malice in his rule over the guards. As you can probably imagine, they don't have a lot of say, but obviously Dominic gives the final word. They are the only two high-ranking individuals that we know about at the moment. That's as much as we've found, but...
Have you ever heard of any dissent amongst the guards towards Bertram? Any, maybe, disdain towards his heavy fist?
We were able to find our way into some of the good graces of some of the guards through unsavory means, and that was actually how we were found out. Several of my men, unfortunately, did not make it, but we were able to find there were some guards who did not like the iron grasp that Bertram has on...
Question for you. On your members, or even your supporters, are there any were creatures or non-were creatures? Because I know there are quite a few non-were creatures that live in this town that are sympathetic towards your cause, that are allies of yours?
We have been very careful about talking to any people. Most of our associates are not were creatures of any kind. Either they are visiting merchants of some sort. Surprisingly, I have made good friends with. Let me look up her name because I don't remember it off the top of my head. Not her, not Theala, the owner of the Courageous Witch. She has been most helpful.
Which store is the Courageous Witch?
That is the bar, the tavern that you guys
went to briefly.
Yes.
That we could stay at. That there were in rooms there.
Yes.
Okay. That's good to know that she's at least friendly with the cause, because we need a place to stay.
Is this not...
No, this is... we thought it would be best for us to stay in different places. And if we stay at the tavern, at least maybe we can get some information from guests.
Perhaps. Yes, she is sympathetic to the cause. I have managed to bend her ear. She is rather stern but fair, and she seems empathetic, at least. She is not currently, obviously, imprisoned or anything, but she manages to make a good living for herself. But she also knows that there could be better ways to do things.
Okay. Do you have any other information for us?
Well, I mean, this probably isn't super helpful for your reconnaissance mission, but there is a nice spa in town if you need to relax.
Oh, we gotta go there. I slept on a dirt floor. We're going to the spa.
Real quick question.
Yes.
When I was recruiting these allies to bring them back to the mountain, I met a Tabaxi woman on the outside of town, and she told me that I should search for a Catsmussen. What do you know of this name?
He looks at you like you're referencing like Rumpelstiltskin or something and he gives you a weird look like, where did you hear that name? That name is of legend. If that person were to come and help us liberate the mountain, we are for sure to have success. But that is only wives' tales that we teach our children. I mean, they're silly superstitions that have long since been forgotten. I mean, I only heard about it once in passing is the only reason that name even sounds familiar. And I will say, you probably should not say that name amongst other public individuals, if you catch my drift.
But let's say that how many of the you said you heard it on the tale. How many Tabaxi would have heard of him as well?
I mean, it's been handed down from generations to generations. It's a kid's story. I mean, no one actually believes it's gonna happen. I mean, it's more of it would be an interesting tale to tell if it were so, but it's just as likely as a dragon popping out of the ground and eating the city whole. I mean...
Okay, but a few things...
Okay.
Wait.
Please.
One moment.
Oh, okay.
Hugh, one moment.
Yes,
just a few...
Hugh.
Just a few questions. But let's. What are the stories that say it? Like, what? There's obviously have to be some kind of signs that he's returned or something like that in those stories.
I mean, there are many superstitions. There are tales that say if there is snow on the peak of the mountain, that we know that there will be good crops, and that is also a sign that he has graced us with his presence, or that there are, I don't know, if you find a black cat with a tuft of white fur on its chest, that is a sign of good luck. That also could mean that...
I like to stare at Chatz, because don't you have a little...
Yes.
I do.
Yes.
Yeah, Sapphire just blatantly stares at you.
That is also a sign of good luck. That could mean that the Cat Lord is smiling upon us, and it is a sign that that individual might be coming back. These are all just superstitions that we believe may help us. Just like sneezing 3 times supposedly gives you good health.
Well, here's another question. How many of the wearers are aware of this wives' tale? Enough to
Where?
make them uncomfortable.
They, as far as I know, they just know not to say that name. I don't know if they know the wives' tales necessarily. It's probably something that's not taught to them, and therefore...
I have an idea.
If the Tabaxi were to see these signs, would it be easier to rally them to your cause?
I mean, it couldn't hurt.
So,
I have an idea.
how is there any stories that on the grand day Chatz returns? How is he supposed to appear? You have to humor me. They don't talk about it from where I'm from.
Roll a deception check.
It's not really a deception. They don't.
Well.
I'm from a different time.
Right.
But that's a natural 20, so...
He looks at you, and even though he doesn't necessarily believe your disguise, he looks at you like you're a child and says, "The day that Catsmussen returns, he will rally the Tabaxi against our oppressors and show that he is the deity that we all know that he would have to be to actually do such a thing. He would rival the Cat Lord in power."
Oh boy, it sounds like you got some work to do.
I have
You're not here.
That's me.
I have
On
an
a
idea.
scale of 1 to 10, how powerful is the Cat Lord?
I mean,
Like,
we worship...
is it achievable by your average tabby cat?
I mean, if you can start your own religion, I guess.
Listen, I have an idea, and I take them aside real quick, and I say, what if, when we deal with these folks he's talking about, that we start whipping people into a fury, we leave a little tag, something that says that Catsmussen has returned.
We
deal with one of them, we leave a tag, we spread the word.
I think...
We could get some paint and start leaving actual tags around the city.
I one for today.
That sounds like a lot of fun, actually.
Don't you have your paint finger?
I do have a paint finger.
Paint finger.
I think...
What does the chat symbol look like?
I think the best...
Chest.
Fine,
I block his body so that Brom doesn't see.
I look at his little white paw print that he's got going on, and I like
with a 4-pointed star.
So, just for some context, that would be something that, I mean, you obviously have on you, but it's not like an iconic thing about...
To me, that's just...
While I appreciate that, I think there is a symbol that people will recognize more. And I'll dig through my bag and I'll pull out the Cat Lord symbol that Rowan...
Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, like I'm drawing a tattoo, I make the Cat Lord symbol, and underneath it, I write, he's returned.
Oh, okay.
What do you guys think? Hey, what do you think, Rowan?
Seems good.
You think? What do you think?
Sure.
Let's go tag some walls, motherfuckers.
Oh. Something like that.
So it's
cross.
Yeah.
it's like a large red paw print.
Yeah.
It's a symbol of Cat Lord.
We're gonna go graffiti the Cat Lord symbol.
I turn back to Brahma and I'm like, what? Now hear me out. What if Chatz has returned?
I mean,
You think you'd get the people rallied?
it would definitely be a start. We probably would have, a lot of attention on us from the guards, I'm sure, but there would be at least people talking about a potential shift of lots of things. I mean, it would be huge, but why are we talking about this? This is...
I'm cutting out a stencil as he's... so I can, like, a couple of stencils so I can give one to everybody.
Listen, even if you don't believe
We're
it,
gonna
even
go
if he isn't
tags
here,
and shit.
if we make the people believe he is, and give them someone who they can think it is, then we can rally the people behind the cause,
and that means
even
more
shake
fighters.
up the wares.
I mean, yes, this sounds like a great idea. I mean, I don't really want to get their hopes too high, but it could help, rally them, and maybe we
I
can...
hand him a stencil. Have your people start tagging walls.
Oh, okay.
But only the sneakiest. We don't need anybody caught.
Yeah, sneaky tags.
And he looks at this symbol and he looks at the bottom and says, "He's returned."
Yeah.
Who's he? The Cat Lord? The Cat Lord's returned?
No,
Chatz.
Okay.
Maybe. Give me that back. I do another mock-up. I get rid of he's, and it says Chatz's.
Chatz
has returned.
Okay.
And I hand him the graffiti stencil back.
And he looks at it with awe and almost like a, this is not okay, but also like, this is fucking cool at the same time. Like,
we're gonna tag some shit.
This is very dangerous.
You can't make...
If you live
headway
in caution, you'll never make any headway.
Exactly.
Trust me. I've been a part of a rebellion before.
I can tell. You all have
5 minutes.
quite the... Yeah, you literally were gone 5 minutes. They're like, let's do this!
Yep.
Let's start a rebellion.
Yep.
Well...
Duke's gonna come back and everything's gonna be on fire.
The whole fucking mountain has just been
And he's
raised.
gonna be like, what did you guys do while I was gone?
Yep.
You left,
We fucked it
motherfucker. We started a rebellion. Fuck, you're the one who was holding us back, Duke. You stern motherfucker. You left.
While,
We started
forces
chaos.
are fucking dead.
But then I say to him, it's important that we also start spreading the rumor too.
I mean...
Start telling your people.
I'm sure the
Make them
stencil will
believe
do
it.
it, but also spread the rumor. And I reach into my my coin purse and I give him, we'll say 50 silver.
Wow, okay.
And I'll say this should cover enough cost for people to be quiet, maybe even a meal or two for those who spread the word.
I'm looking over his shoulder and I'm like... And then I just drop some gold on top of that silver.
Okay.
like 7 more gold.
We're gonna do this.
Yeah, and he, like...
A well-funded rebellion is a successful rebellion.
I would agree. I mean, this is quite generous.
Send word to Silas to start doing the same thing.
Yes.
I will send my best men to give her a message.
Here's another stencil.
Thank you.
And I just turn to Chatz real quick and like pull his shirt shut and make sure that his chest isn't showing. But I'm like, best if none of your people are the ones that have to be Chatz. So,
well,
why not an outsider?
We don't have any, as far as I know. And he thinks for a second. We don't have any black No, none of them have any white hair on their chest, as far as I know. They're all either all black or they have some spots or... Yeah, it's very rare to see a black hair with white tufts. They, as you can probably imagine, they're very frowned upon, if not straight up done away with, if you know what I mean.
Sure enough, they match the legend too much.
Correct.
Well, we have one of our own, and I...
Oh, rip the shirt open.
I rip the shirt open for dramatic effect.
Look at our cat.
Well, that's interesting. Very rare fur coat color. And he, is eyeing your chest now with, the white paw print in your design.
Let's not.
Okay.
Interesting. And you can tell he's giving you a once-over, who the fuck is this?
DM. Did my fur go back to its original color, or is it still that ring, a little ring around the paw?
Of the orange?
Yeah.
It's still orange.
Okay.
Just a small little ring. If you were just glancing at it, the black fur would probably cover it up, but you can tell.
Yes, I have very strange colorations. It's a long story, but yes, I've been this way for a while now.
Interesting. And he just gives you a couple eyes and strokes his
Completely
chin.
unrelated to this, is there some kind of Tabaxi folklore of Tabaxi turning different colors?
No, that's not something I'm familiar with.
Have you heard of Rowan Catsmussen? Or has that been lost to history?
I'm not familiar with round Catsmussen. Is that a ceremony of some sort?
No. She was a great warrior. She led a small Tabaxi army against hordes of humans and defended the mountain. It would have been over 700, 800 years ago now.
So you would know, before even asking this question, that their history has been overwritten.
Right.
They don't have a history anymore.
Well,
even considering that your name is pretty ill-spoken of, probably any history before you has been lost to time.
Right. I only asked because, we were talking to the Tabaxi couple in the other town, and, there's still, folk stories and stuff like that, so,
That shows too much Tabaxi strength.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can tell you that Rowan Catsmussen did change color once. She took on the symbol which you now hold in your hands. A red mark upon black fur, sitting upon the crown of her head.
Was she gifted this by the Cat Lord?
Yes.
That makes sense. The Cat Lord works in mysterious ways.
Cat Lord chose her as the champion of the mountain and drove off the hordes of invaders.
Well, I learned something new this morning.
Indeed.
This plan ought to work. We might even be able to get a head start on it right away.
Yes, I will head out and get this distributed to some of my underlings. But yes, perhaps you should head over to the Crater Switch and find some lodging there. That might be the first step.
Well, we shall be there if you've got any more information.
I will send anyone there if I need to contact you.
Just so that we know that they're one of yours and not somebody onto us, should We should come up with something.
Like a code word? Is that what you're thinking?
That's what I'm thinking.
What did you have in mind?
Braunschweiger.
What was that? Braunschweiger? I don't know what that is.
I'm just making
In real life, it's basically ground up liver.
That sounds terrible. But as a tabaxi, that might sound good, actually.
I like chicken, I like liver. Yeah, let's place the liver.
Well, did you have anything else that maybe I've heard of?
What was the name of your friend that we met in the forest?
Friend in the forest?
Yeah, the elven fellow.
Oh, goodness. Feels so long ago. I almost forgotten.
You mean the one whose wedding you interrupted?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, wow.
Well, his name was none other than Legionis.
That was his real name.
Well,
That was an alias he used.
That was.
But I forgot what his real name was.
Such a strange word, we could use that.
Legionis.
Code word,
I'll
Legionis.
write that down. I'll forget that next week. About 2 weeks from now.
Legonitis.
Oh, okay. Legionis it is. And he wraps himself back up and says, I will let you know with a coded message.
All right.
And he runs off down the street.
So, we take out the military first?
I think that's the best cause of action, yeah.
Do we go against a magic user or somebody with 2 hellhounds?
I forgot about the hellhounds.
I don't know who I'm scared of more.
I don't really have anybody to combat magic, do we?
My magic's all nature-based, man.
I mean, we have Rosemary, and I don't know what your limits are.
I mean, I can heal and I can use...
But Duke abandoned us, so we don't have much for strength either. Besides Rosemary, who's the best of both worlds.
I am...
Just like the fabled bard, Hannah Montana.
Yes,
Well,
that's
man.
canon.
If I am able to get the drop on any of them with this new sword, I think I could do a lot of damage in a very short amount of time.
Yes, well, if I can get the jump on them, I can do the same, but...
We might have to rely on ambush.
Well, good. We're real good at that.
Don't they have, magic that they can see those coming? Wasn't that what Ron said?
I mean, I'm sure the magic user can. Perhaps Bertram also has something like that. I mean...
I'd say I don't know a lot about hellhounds, but... Aren't they invisible?
You're the well-traveled one. You'd probably be the one to know.
Yes, I believe we fought some.
That could pose a problem.
And
I can't see invisible things.
And they are nearly impossible to kill.
God damn it, Father level hard. What?
Well, you just pet him to death?
Yeah.
We'll just go out in the forest and grind until we get the level.
Just like in any RPG,
DM, we would like to go and murder 6,000 rabbits.
you will stop getting XP from killing too low level.
Would you like to kill this town, please?
Okay, we
Is this a murder people?
Yeah.
Murder town. I would
Okay.
like to murder the shopkeepers.
Okay, sounds good.
Anyway.
Well, we might not have a
I
zombie
meant to
board.
click buy, not kill.
But what if we could start a riot in the town
Let's start right.
to distract them and catch them unawares?
Unawares.
I don't think
Yes.
that we're going to get a riot to start as easily as you think. These people are
Goes out.
terrified.
Hey guys, you want to start a riot?
Yeah!
Who wants to
I think part of it is also getting
Start
some
a
of
fight.
the
Hey
were
guys, you wanna
creatures
start
on
a
our
fight?
sides.
Honestly,
Especially people like your friend
my friend.
and his friend.
Okay,
My
here's
friend.
what my thought process is.
Finnick?
What?
We
Like Jonas was his friend.
we
not our
find
friend.
out where if we're
you
going
said
for the military guy
boyfriend,
first. We
Not sure
find out
whose
where
friend
he
you are.
lives. Does he sleep in the barracks or does he have a home in town? More than likely, he has a home.
He hangs out around the
Dragon District, right?
Dragon's Ward.
Oh, yeah.
But if we find out where he lives, we can ambush him in the middle of the night. There's less people around then.
Until his dogs see us.
I'd rather take on him and 2 hellhounds than him 2 hellhounds and his 5 closest guard buddies.
Okay, how about
Rather
this?
Not take him on in his house 10 feet away.
What?
Not going to be much help in a house.
I mean, I'm not going to be able to help in a house either, but I don't want to... Where else are we going to ambush this guy?
Let's go to the bar and see what kind of information that we can get from Ron's associates.
Did we get a last name for Brum? Or for a guard that we're looking to kill?
Bertram?
Bertram.
Oh, Bertram's last name? Dofton.
Our were creature friends, they clean house, don't they? Maybe they
That district.
maybe they're in that district. Maybe they have some information for us.
Perhaps. You know what? Do I know how close the bar, because we were by the bar, and then...
Which bar? The
Moore's-
tavern? Or
Yeah, the tavern.
I mean, it's on the other side of town, but I mean, it's probably like a 10-15 minute walk. Like
The one where we're going to meet the...
Yeah.
Do we all gather information? We all start a riot?
Where...
I mean, it's
Start a rebellion?
If you think of the town as like a big square,
Murder?
the Moors is down here in the bottom right. The market district is right here, and there's a road that connects them, like a major road. There's obviously like back alleys and shit that you could easily use to get around.
Abortions.
What?
There's back alleys that you can get abortions.
Yeah.
I got an abortion.
Yeah, sure. But if you want to stick to the main road, it would be the straight shot instead of having to wind around houses.
Why don't I meet you at the tavern, and I'll go ask Buck some questions. You might know about
How'd that go, by the way?
Went fine. I think his mother's going to be better.
That's good.
So, I'll meet you there.
Sounds good. So, you guys splitting off then? You guys,
the party!
you guys going to the Courageous Witch, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll start with you. So you head over to where you know Buck lives.
Mm-hmm.
Are you just knocking on the door?
Yeah.
Okay. So you come up, you knock on the door quietly. You hear like a timid "Hello."
It's me, Buck.
Oh, okay. And he walks over and opens the door, and you see he's in his nice clothes that you guys got him the previous day. You see behind him his mother is still like rolling around on the bed, like
Have fever sweats?
yes,
Mm.
definitely not having restful sleep, but she is sleeping of some sort, and he looks like he just tried to make himself some breakfast and did not do a very good job and probably wasted a bunch of flour and
Oh man,
eggs
you're
and
gonna teach
whatnot.
that kid how to cook.
But he
No one's a daddy now.
Everyone
Right?
needs a daddy now.
but he answers the door and he says, what can I do for you?
I just had a couple questions, and I look over at the pan, and I'm like, looks like you really haven't had anything to eat either, and I came by to check on your mother, too.
Well, I appreciate that. And he looks over at the stew that you made the previous night. He says, well, I was going to have that for lunch, but I didn't have a lot to use to make breakfast. So, and you can definitely tell, like, he just fucked up. Like, it's pretty obvious. But he doesn't want to... He obviously doesn't want to tell you that he fucked up.
Yeah, it's fine.
But I was just gonna have some stew if you want some.
Why don't I teach you a real easy recipe? And like, I look over at his mom, see she's like sweating, and I grab a bucket of water while I'm out, and I bring it in and I say, "Why don't you sit next to your mom take a nice cloth and pat down her forehead, and I'll show you how to put it.
Oh, okay, sounds good. And so he goes out and gets the cloth and starts to wipe the sweat off her brow and try and keep her calm a bit.
I imagine he probably just burned a bunch of meats in the pan.
Yeah, it was some eggs that are black and charred and look disgusting.
Okay.
As well as some meat, some ham, perhaps. It's shriveled and does not look like ham anymore.
Okay. While he's patting her down, I just really quickly toss it into the fire cinders.
Right.
and then I just show him real quick how to make scrambled eggs, because that's the easiest thing a kid can make.
Sounds good. So you quite easily make scrambled eggs. You made them hundreds of times. You don't even need to roll for it at this point. But you quickly make them and serve them to him on some plates. And he scarfs it down like it's the best thing he's ever eaten.
And then I start asking him, your mom, you said she worked for some more well-off were creatures. What district do they live in?
So with his mouth full, he would say, oh yeah, they live in the Dragon War. It's the crew. I don't know where they are. I just know it's the crew household.
Okay. Your mom, does she know a lot of the families that live in the Dragon District, or just the one she works for?
I mean, I'm not sure. I've never asked her about it, and she doesn't usually like to talk about work.
Fair enough.
But I mean, she might have, met some of the other servants and whatnot. They might know more. I mean, I was going to go over and talk to them today. I was going to ask around and see if I could find it and let them know that my mom's not doing well. But, I mean, I can ask, if they need some more help or something. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, do they only hire were creatures?
They typically, that's kind of how things go around here.
Sure.
Most not, and he looks at you, most people like you don't need to work for them.
There's a big favor I'd like to ask of you. Me and my friends are trying to sell some stuff to a fellow named, what was his name?
Bertram.
I'll give the last name.
As soon as you say Bertram, he freezes up because he would recognize that name, and he's like, what do you want to do with him?
Well, I'm just selling him something. There's some prized possessions that I think he'd be willing to buy off me.
He clams up at this point, and he just is eating his food and not saying anything. You can definitely tell his demeanor changes as soon as you start talking about Bertram.
Well, are you happy living like this?
What do you mean? With my mom?
No, I mean, are you happy living in this town?
I mean, it's all I've ever known. I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, we get by. I don't know. I've never known anything different, so I can't really tell.
Tell me, living on the mountain here, have you ever... It seems like there's a certain class of were creatures that are able to live in places like the Dragon District.
Yeah.
Is there a reason for that? Are they just old families, or?
Yeah, it's usually just old money, or they can provide services to Dominic, and he pays them well. My mom's not smart like that, or skilled, or anything like that. I guess I stopped asking those types of questions a long time ago.
Fair enough. So yeah, what I'd like you for you to do is, if you do go and ask about a job there, just like you to ask around to see where his house is, just to get an idea, and so I know where to take my goods. I don't really know this place very well. It's my first time here. Just ask the other servants. Don't ask any of the...
Okay. Yeah, I'll ask him where he lives. I don't know about this. He doesn't like people asking questions about him, but
Don't worry about what I said. Just, do you know the neighbors for the place your mom works at?
I'm not sure exactly where it's at. I'm gonna have to go find it.
Sure.
She never told me where it was.
Well, how about this? You don't have to ask anything about anything, but if you start working there and you just happen to see Bertram or any place that a lot of the military types go into, you tell me and I'll pay you money.
Okay, yeah, I think I can do that.
All right. Yeah, don't ask anybody. Just keep your eyes open for me.
Oh, okay. I will.
All right. And I'll come back and check on you later on, all right?
Okay. What was your name?
Rowan.
Thanks, Rowan.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
And I leave to
head out.
The tavern.
Okay.
Rowan is now a father.
Yeah.
Yep, basically. So you guys head to the Courageous Witch. So again, you guys make your way, I'm assuming, past the statue at the gate.
We're passing the gate and the statue of the
main entrance.
The main entrance, and the statue is it's like kind of like transforming wolf, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Let me grab the description. It's a large statue of a pack of wolves and werewolves running through the forest chasing a herd of deer. So it starts off with wolves that transition to werewolves. Then there's a small space. Then there's a pack of deer.
And I would like to read the plaque on it.
Okay, so below the statue, you go in front, and it says, "May the moon give us the power to take what is ours. The weak will yield to our strength or be slain. Long live the hunt."
Long live the hunt, indeed.
So I have an idea on how to get information.
Oh, please speak.
You have a pretty convincing guard disguise.
Are you're
I'm in Tabaxi slums right now.
But you have a good... I mean, you've proven that you can make a pretty convincing guard disguise.
Yes.
Guards like to talk, gossip. What if you spend a few nights at one of their bars that they go to normally, buy them some rounds, listen to them, chat them up, pull information out the old generic way. They might just give you the information you need willingly, by yourself without you saying anything.
It's dangerous, but if they're drunk enough, it might work.
You can Chatz them up.
Yeah. I mean, you really don't even have to ask any probing questions. If this guy is as big of a jerk as they say he is, they might just be complaining about him after shift. They might get us some information.
Okay.
And maybe Finnick could don some guard gear and go with you. Maybe you guys are, you just completed a shift.
Yeah. We could probably do something like that.
You think, Finnick?
It's a definite possibility.
Mm-hmm. I have the negative side effect of not looking at all like I could be a guard.
Right. You are blue-skinned with flowing hair.
Yes. But I can play the part of a merchant.
So as you guys are walking towards the Courageous Witch, you guys enter the plaza again with a bunch of merchant carts that are selling every which kabobble you could possibly want of food and whatnot. You see the large purple hat sign in front of the building.
Chatz, you probably shouldn't be in a tabaxi if we're going to stay in this establishment.
I will change into something before we go in.
In public?
No, I'll dip into like an alley.
Right fucking here.
Okay, sounds good. So
Chatz pulls off his tabaxi face, puts on spectacles and big nose with mustache face. Good to go.
Yeah, I heard the Courageous Witch was the best place in town. I have limited disguises here. I think I'll just go dip into an alley, and I think now I'll change my armor to like really fine clothes. Mm-hmm. And I think I'll change my daggers and whatnot into like very fine looking baubles and such, like just jewelry and decor. Yes, I look like a fairly wealthy merchant, and I'll change my longer sword to look like it's a walking stick that I have at my side, and and then I'll. To complete it, I'll pull out a cloak and pull the hood over so it shades my face so you can't necessarily.
Got that white mask you could.
Yes, I could. Yeah, why not? I'll throw the mask on.
Just tell them you have horrible scarring from the plague.
I'm eccentric.
Sure.
You got the gum disease known as gingivitis.
So I'll do all that. Maybe throw on some gloves to hide my hands, and I'll turn the corner and walk in with the rest.
Sounds good. So you guys all head in, and there are a couple patrons in here, but one that sticks out to you specifically is a man in his early 30s. He has dark tan skin with a shaved side of his head, with long black hair on the top. He has like a long white cloak with several blue stripes throughout. And one thing that stands out to you is he has a large mastiff dog that is completely made of metal. Like, literally an animatronic dog that is like sitting obediently by his side.
Lily just out from underneath my hood, like sees this dog and starts going.
Okay, so this figure has a blue cloak?
White cloak with blue stripes.
White cloak, blue stripes.
And he is currently eating at a table by himself.
Iron Mastiff.
This guy looks interesting.
That's a word for it.
I'm gonna buy him a drink.
Be my guest.
I go sit down at this stranger's table.
Okay, sounds good. So you walk up and you grab a seat, and as soon as you do, the Mastiff just growls at you.
My cat. Shh, Lily, it's fine. He's metal. It's not even like it's not the kind of dog you think that it is. I say in cat.
Right. And she's like, I don't trust it. He seems weird and large and metal.
It's because he gets metal. Lily, it's a metal dog.
I don't like it. It's weird.
He's not going to chase you up a tree. I don't even think that he could follow you up a tree.
And
he probably weighs like 600 pounds.
The dog starts growling and like snarling at you.
It's okay, puppy. It's okay. It's okay.
Do you do anything to stop the dog?
I am talking to the dog in dog. I don't know if dog can talk back to me and dog.
Being as it's a construct.
You're barking at this thing?
I guess I was casting Speak with Animals and talk to Lily, so I just directed my conversation to the dog.
Being as it's a construct, I would say it does not speak dog.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't understand me. I don't know what to do about this.
Kind of like how Goddard goes, bark, bark.
Right.
I switched back to common. Well, this didn't go as planned. I was going to ask if I could buy you a drink. I don't know if this your pet eats, but if he does, I'll buy him a steak.
He's not in need of food.
Yeah, but does he like food?
He's a machine.
Okay. Oil?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. So, yes to the drink?
Ma'am, if you're going to buy me a drink, there's a lot more that might come with it. I suggest you don't.
I'm really confused as to what that might mean.
I think he's hitting on you as I walk up behind.
Oh! Okay.
I'm sorry, excuse my friend here. She was just very interested in your animal and just wished to get to know it better, I believe.
From underneath my hood.
I'm sorry. You can call me Hugh. This is...
Oh, Sapphire.
And you are?
The name's Lucian. And you are doing what?
Oh, I don't even know where to start, but for the sake of brevity, we're here in town to trade interesting wares.
And to get a room. That's why we're specifically here.
Oh, yes.
Just say, could you make your dog stop growling at me, please?
Don't worry about them.
He just immediately stops.
Can I pet him?
I suppose that's an odd... Okay.
He doesn't respond. He doesn't, nuzzle you. He doesn't... It's like you're touching a wall. But it's metal.
It's a very solid...
Right.
That wasn't as enjoyable as I thought it was going to be.
Rosemary looks over.
You're not disguised at all, right?
No,
Yeah.
No. She's
blue hair flowing, blue skin, white hair flowing in the wind.
Yeah, she got her leathers on,
Rosemary says, can we sit down?
I've already sat down. I think we've taken enough of this gentleman's time. I really just wanted to buy you a drink. But now we're all here. These are my friends. They all want to buy you a drink. Actually, they don't. They want me to leave because they're confused as to why I'm talking to a stranger.
Do you not regularly just walk up and chat with them?
Oh no, I do all the time.
So, the rest of you lot, this isn't par for the course?
No.
No, I don't believe so.
Hugh, could you get us rooms?
I'll work on it. And I'll go over to the barkeep.
So, we'll say, for the sake of brevity, everyone sits down. You go over.
This guy's peace and quiet is interrupted.
Right.
Hey, this is the only table available. You mind if we just,
What's the exclamation point above your head?
Literally.
When's the only beam of light in this room going down on you?
Right.
It's hard to say, really, but I might have invented it.
Oh.
So, Lucian... It was Lucian,
Yes.
like lotion, but Lucian.
Very much not.
Loose lotion. Lube.
Lucian.
Yeah, Lucian.
Lucian.
Lucian. I believe that is his name.
Lucian.
Yeah, whatever allows you to remember that, I suppose. That's
So are
fine.
you a... What are we? Merchant? Are you a merchant like us?
Where? What are we doing? Merchant? Yeah.
Merchant? That's today's job.
Yeah.
Sapphire's not good at lying, guys. So how come she shouldn't ever be the one that leads the conversation?
Yeah, she chooses to do so anyway.
Because she's
Right.
friendly.
Right.
It's a Sapphire, or the BreezeSong curse.
Right.
I guess
Is that why Chatz likes
That's
it?
the
So
cover
he's just
we're
attracted
going
to
with?
curses?
Right.
that's the color we're going with.
Merchant?
Yes.
I have a badge. Merchant. I shake it at him to make it seem more official.
No, I'm sure that's quite past for you.
Why did you say we?
It's a turn of phrase. I don't.
Are you a merchant? I think everybody in this town's a merchant if they're not a weird creature. It's kind of what I...
Yeah?
We've only been here for a couple of days, so...
There's not other professions that might pass through here. Looking for Joel.
I'm a merchant.
What about you? What, you?
Merchant. Odd merchant. But merchant.
Mr. Hugh.
His name's Hubert Man.
And Lucian starts to crack up right there at the table.
Right. Lucian probably would crack up at the table.
Yes.
That's the worst disguise I've ever heard.
I think it's a great name. His mother picked it for
There's
him.
no
That's what I've
person
heard.
that ever could possibly have gone by the name of Hubert Mann.
That's his name that you're making.
I'm the one
fun
and
of.
only.
Right. Okay.
And I...
Who else? Rosemary?
Rosemary, Finnick.
Finnick?
Rowan has not joined you yet.
Are we introducing ourselves? You should introduce yourself.
You've not spoken, but I don't think you are much of a merchant, are you? Not for goods.
He has a badge too.
I have a badge.
Do these have these outside? What have I missed?
Cracker Jack box.
Right.
We had to get official merchant badges to be merchants in this town.
Oh, I might have skipped a step. Sorry.
Wait, are you not a merchant?
Well, I didn't go through the process of coming into town.
Alright. Do
I didn't just walk through the front gate.
you live here?
No, I certainly wouldn't live in a place like this. Not in its current state.
Okay.
Oh.
And
Well,
Hear that,
see,
Chatz? He's calling your mountain bad.
I call my mountain bad.
I mean, that's fine. Magic is a thing. Did you fly here? Teleport?
That sounds about right.
Dance the Macarena over the mountain?
That's a very old dance.
And
But your second one sounds a little close.
So why are you here then? If you're not a merchant and you teleported?
I'm here to provide some help for some people.
And as you say that, you see Rowan walk in the door.
I immediately see them sitting with a stranger, and I'm like,
Rowan, over here, we got a table! Rowan, here!
I just like start going over to the bar, and you just like go.
Table guy!
So, you
No,
walk-
I start going, and I'm like, she's not gonna stop. And I start walking over to the table.
Okay, so you sit down, you head over and sit down at the table, and you guys start conversing, and that's where we're gonna end it for tonight.
No!
Yes!
No!
Yes!
We have a habit of picking up strays.
Yes, we do.
That's what we should be called. The strays.
Oh, yeah, that's a name you can go by.
And then there was one.